Her mother died 2002. Some people raised money to keep her in school, but then they couldn't get enough, so she was sent home. And found somebody 6 years old and been brought home to marry. And not like the first wife, second wife, 50 wife. Now, you have to understand, I come from a family of polygamists. My father has several wives concurrently, which means at the same time, which is different from America. You know, in America it's consecutively, one after another. But the thing is, I looked at that girl, and she has the same body as my daughter. And I'm going to tell you what she did for me in that moment, this time we are talking there. This another girl. Her name is Mercy. And Mercy's mother died when Mercy was in 2nd grade. She had 3 siblings when the mother died, and the mother had left one child 2 weeks old. A father alcoholic, leaving home by 6 to go to drink, and then coming home at night when the children are in bed. And then Mercy became the provider of her siblings. At 2nd grade, she dropped out of school to go and take care of her children. In fact, of her siblings. She tells us what happened in a very unique way, because their mother was married to an Islamic guy in a different community away from where we are. Oh, okay. Away from our community, very far actually, in fact, almost 700 miles. And so that's where the mother was married, and one day the mother became sick. This is how she tells the story. And then she saw a Catholic priest come to that home, pick the mother and take to hospital. And that is it. The next thing is, 2 days later, she saw people come with the body of the mother, and the mother was buried. Just close there. She died one day, and the next day she is buried, because that is Islamic practice. But the thing is, Mercy didn't know. She was young. She didn't know what to do. The father is not there. So she knew where the mother used to have corn. They call it maize. Where the mother used to store maize. And she would go get the maize and sell it so that she could buy food for the other other kind of food for the siblings. And that's how she survived. She was she was 2nd grade kid, taking care of her family. And she talked about, one day her father came very drunk with another woman with 8 kids, and then told them, you guys are now 4 and these are 8, so now you are 12, take care of them. And the other woman was also drunk. And so she tells an amazing story. But anyway, we have I'll talk about this program, what we have done with these girls later. I want to show you something else. This is probably the one which took me straight to my mother. The story of this woman. This woman here, our daughter is Dinda, and the woman here, they are both in blue, but the mother with the headscarf was one of the top performing girls in Kenya, 1980s. She passed to go to high school, and our father refused to educate her. They come from a very, very remote community, very rural. And when she was denied education, basically she got married, and her husband, after they had several kids, actually 5 or so, I think 5, he died and left her because she didn't know what to do. She was left in that house. 1 room, 5 children, and then she had 2 more. And if you look outside there, there's a woman, old woman there. That's her mother. So that room there, 7 children today. Last year, before then, there were 7 children, a mother and a grandmother. But I want to take you back here and show you what happened, why this story was important for me. When the mother talked about her story and said, even today, if she had the money, she would go back to high school. It was then for a turn for her daughter to talk and tell us how the program, because we picked the daughter when she was freshman in high school and started helping her, how the program had helped her. And she's talked about that, and then she shared how she hates going home because there is no place to eat, study. Sometimes there is no food. And she said sometimes, even in school, she misses classes because she doesn't have feminine hygienic items or supplies. So some days in the month she doesn't go to school. And at that moment, after she said that, the mother's body just slumped where she was standing. And for the next 3 hours, that woman cried non-stop. This is her home. I went there last year, but I will show you what has happened with that home. To tell you that what I'm doing is something I plan to do, I'll be lying. To tell you that I had any plan, it's not the truth. Even this moment, I don't know why I do it. It's something that, I just call it interrupted by God. I've been a very successful speaker, writing for newspapers, radio, hosting radio program in Boise for many years, traveling all over the world giving speeches and taking my children to great schools. My first daughter, the one who works for Pepsi, went to Gonzaga. My second daughter went to Willamette. My other daughter is at Seattle Pacific. And my son is preparing to go to Pacific University to play football there. But the thing is, when I went home and I saw the challenges of those children, I was devastated. And for the first time in my life, I suffered from depression. And I can tell you this, the only reason I'm standing here to talk to you is because I didn't have a gun. Otherwise, I didn't see the meaning of life whatsoever. This was February 2010 in Kenya. A mother committed suicide because she didn't have $500 to send a daughter to to high school. And she left 6 children. And this was last 5 years, 2010. 3 weeks ago, a father committed suicide because he couldn't take his daughter to school, his child to school. I don't know whether it's a daughter or a son. But this is the kind of thing which I never knew. When I was growing up, we had, everybody who passed went to high school. But because of AIDS, I grew up when there was no hate. But because of hate, a lot of children have been left without fathers and mothers. When I was in elementary school, there were only 2 orphans. That same elementary school this morning has more than 300 orphans because of AIDS. There is something else too. I didn't know, and I have now seen it because we have taken care of some of the women with AIDS. HIV positive and with AIDS. And one of them actually just passed away 2 weeks ago. What I did know is that when people suffer from HIV or AIDS, they use everything they have in that family to keep that person alive. And by the time the person dies, a family which could be mean to income or even very wealthy is completely left with nothing. By the time the person dies, there is nothing. They have sold the land, they have sold the property, and if there was some saving, it's all taken to take care of that person. And so that is what threw my life completely upside down. And what surprised me is I am used to grief. I'm used to bad life experiences. I again grew up in a polygamous family which was very dysfunctional. And then also, as my brother passed away in 1974, my sister, I removed her body from the river, 1975, 1981, another brother, actually died of river cancer. Then 1995, my sister, who went to school here, she transferred to Wyoming and committed suicide. And then 1998, my brother died of asthma. And I never questioned God, the meaning of life, all that time. But when I saw the devastation of young lives in Kenya, I didn't see the need of life anymore. I mean, you are looking at a child, they are 14 years old, or even some of them 18, and they are still in 8th grade. 18 years old and they are still in 8th grade, passing to go to high school, but they can't go. And you are looking at this person and it's completely hopeless. You go to a mother and you see a mother, a mother beating her daughter because the daughter has passed to go to high school, and the mother wanted the daughter to be employed as a house girl. And when she passes, it's like, why did you pass? This is bad, now who is going to work for me? Think about that. Actually, that is really what was hard for me. So, this another story like that. A mother, on the left is a mother who, a grandmother now, who was educated a little bit actually, but then didn't go on and go to college. So she got married, and basically her husband died and left her with the children, actually with one daughter. She was left with only one daughter, that daughter on that side. But this daughter got married with 5 children, and then the husband left her, and with nothing. And now, this baby at the center, she has passed to go to high school just this year. So, folks, when I saw this is when I came back to Idaho, and then I realized, you know what? Instead of crying and feeling hopeless, why don't I just tell some of my friends about what I saw and see what I can do? And then I, of course, asked them for their money. In fact, I went ahead and started just taking loans personally and taking them to school. The ones I saw in Kenya when I was there, I took them, all of them, to school. And then I did this, and then I registered a non-profit organization, started taking 1 or 2 kids here, there. And as I'm speaking, this year alone, so far from January to today, we have taken over 90 orphans and poor children to school, high school. And some of them, I don't even feel like bragging about it, because to me, there's nothing to brag when poverty is destroying lives. But some kids are in their 20s. One of them is 22 years old, born 1992, and we have taken him to high school. Born 1992, starting high school. My daughter, who was born 1992, the year we moved to Idaho, is graduating from college. There is a kid going to high school, born the same year with my daughter. So they have 8 years of separation. So, when I created this program, again, without knowing what to do, just doing something there, thinking that I'm going to do it just for few kids, and then keeping on growing to a point where now that's what I'm doing full time. This is the girl in red. That's Naomi. We took her to high school, and within a very short time, Naomi actually, in fact, changed her body structure, became very good, and now she's finishing this year, and she wants to be a lawyer. We have also found out that when we are dealing with the poverty, you just don't deal with the education alone, because when she goes home, there may be no light to study with. There may not be food. Actually, our home was horrible home condition. So we went ahead and started raising money, $2,500, good enough to have to build a house with the cement floor, 2 bedrooms and a living room. 2,300, the 2,500. I can tell you this, some of us, we drive cars more than that, better than that. And actually, in fact, I can tell you something for sure. That money is is less than the amount of money you use buying coffee in Starbucks every day of the year for 2 years. I'm not saying you shouldn't. No, I love my chai tea latte. I'm not kidding. And I even have a good bed, which probably, actually, in fact, is more expensive than that. But the thing is, It's amazing when you know how blessed we are. And I love that. In fact, the other day, when I was coming from Kenya last month, I was asked in the customs in Seattle whether I have something to declare, and I said yes. And I was asked, what? Now you know that you're surprised. Is this guy with the drugs or with guns or something? Then I said, yes, I want to declare that I'm glad to be in American soil. And it's a true thing. In Kenya, when you go to, how many of you have ever been to Kenya? Nobody has ever been to Kenya? Oh my goodness, let me tell you this. I was born there and I'm very proud of my heritage. But in Kenya, when you go there, you don't have to wait for Sunday to go to church and pray. Immediately you get into a vehicle, you start praying that they don't kill you. Then there you don't have to go to pay massage to be massaged. No, the roads are so bad. If you see somebody driving straight, he is drunk. Otherwise, if you are not drunk, you can't drive straight. But anyway, so we are blessed in America. So we took this girl, and she is driving. But I want you to see this one. This is fascinating. Last year, it was my first time to seriously sit down and think about what I'm doing, and then where it has gone, and how we can make it better. And that is what surprised me, because you can see that lady, that girl. Her name is Teresa. This is the girl we rescued. And she is there on the top. And then we are talking, and she taught me actually the same thing that other girl had said, that sometimes in the month they don't have supplies of personal hygienic things. And then she also explained to me the challenges they have when schools close. They have to go home, but home there's no food and there's no place they can study. So we had to start doing something different. And I started arranging with the people in rural communities where there is either a church or a school which has a good facility so that the kids can stay there, and then we will provide them money for the kids to stay there. But we also did something very simple. Decided that at the beginning of every school semester, term, they call it terms, they have 3 terms. In the beginning of every school term, we will be giving them at least $20 each. Some of the girls who are probably with no mother, no father, nobody, especially the ones without mothers. $20 in the beginning of a term, and a term is 3 months, and then 1 month away from school. If you look at that photo, and in those 2 photos, they can tell you a very powerful story. All the girls we pick, before we pick them, they are shaped like boys. You can see Teresa on the top there because she has no mother. The other girl has a mother. And when we started giving her $20 every 4 months, basically at the beginning of school term, she does not only have personal supplies things, she can go get her hair. Now look at her hair in the second photo. This is her in January, the confidence. And you know, that particular moment, she is asking me what she is going to do after she graduates. And she wants to be a college professor, by the way. So those guys who are from universities, you may start preparing. She is very intelligent. She has never been was number 2 in school. She's always number 1 or number 2, number 1, number 2, and a very amazing girl. But this time, at that particular time, she's telling me she's going to graduate from high school this year, and what is she going to do after that? She wanted me to come with a solution. This is again one of my favorite times in life, really that particular moment, because as I told you, we started raising money and building homes. And when I was building this house, I had never been there. The first photo was brought to me, but last year we went there. This kid here on this side is my son. This is amazing. Raising my son in America is fascinating too. He is now graduating from high school. And when he was 2 years old, my wife sent me to go and buy him underwear. What's your name again? Yes. Colton, let me just share this with you. When you get married and you want to stay long with your wife, do what you are told. Yeah, and that is wisdom. I'm not kidding. So my wife sent me to go and buy underwear, and I never thought about it. The reason why I never thought about it is because I mean, it was just underwear. I bought about it, and that was it. But years later, my son was lying down. He was about 4 or 5, and I started thinking, will he ever know what it means to have underwear? I remember the day my mother bought me my first underwear. She came home with something wrapped on a piece of paper. I was 13 years old, and she threw it to me and told me, that is yours. I opened up this thing. I had never seen anything like that. And I asked my mother, what is it for? And then my mother told me, you see the tag? It goes on the back. And those are the only instructions I got about underwear. Then I picked this thing up and put it like this, and I was showing up everybody in the village because it was a social promotion. This kid is 17 years old, waiting to go to university. Next week, I'm going to go to another place we are still checking to see whether they can go there. But the thing is, 17 years old is the year I wore my first pair of shoes. And the two, like the kids I'm helping, I was still in elementary school. But there we are building the home of that woman who slammed and cried for 3 hours. But as I was building this home is when actually, in fact, I found the injustices and the cultural practices that had the girl child. About 150 yards from this home, from this place where we are, from that spot, there was a compound. And you could see a water tank, which is raised there. And you can see green trees and a great gate. That was this woman's brother, who they were in the same class. And he did not even pass as her to go to high school. He was not as good as her, the mother, that woman who you saw slamming. But because he was a boy, his father took him to high school and did not take the girl. Today, is an elementary school teacher. She's a baker. I'm going to encourage you to read a book called Wild Swan. Wild Swans, and I'm saying W, I don't want my Wyoming accent to bother you. W-I-L-D, wild, and then swans is S-W-A-N-S. It's about 3 generations of women in China. Have you read it? Oh, it's an outstanding book. I think it was there it was popular about 10 years ago. It's outstanding. And you look at generations of 3 women, and basically, I mean, mother, daughter, and granddaughter, and you see it's the same thing in Kenya. And you realize it's not a fiction, it's a reality, even these days. So we built that one. This was another, this is a story I don't want stuff. This girl from this home passed to go to high school 2005. And from 2005, she could not get enough money to stay in school for a year. So she would try to go for a few days, leave, go work manual labor, go pay little. And then we picked her 2010. She was still in high school 2010 after going 2005. And so we picked her. She was starting junior class. We took her to high school. And then helped her finish. And then we took her to college. And last year we built our home. This was our bed. Look at the bed on the top. That was somebody's bed. And do you know how much it cost us to give them this bed? And by the way, you can see the cement. That is in their new house. That bed, blanket, bed sheets, the mattress, $80. $80. And look at that girl. She wanted to be an actor. And I saw many people were asking me, how can you be paying for her to go to acting? Is she going to get a job or anything? I said, no. One thing I know is for sure, I never tell people what career to follow, including my own children. I have a PhD in environmental science. I taught statistics in Wyoming. Employed by Idaho Power as a riparian ecologist. Then after that, I realized that my calling was to be a speaker and a writer. So, but look at this girl. We took her to college, and today she's one of the actors in one of the national TVs in Kenya. And we just picked her 2010, took her to college, and she's graduating this April, and she already has a TV program, and there she is showing me the award she won last year. And I can tell you this, when these children succeed, I feel just like my own children, because we pick them from a very bad condition. Now, I told you about I'm going to come and share with you what is happening. After realizing that these children, when they go home, they don't have food and they don't have security, they don't have a place to study. And also there is something else too in Kenya. Every year, teachers go on strikes. And when the teachers go on strike, the children are sent home. When they are sent home, you saw the kind of beds they have. You saw the kind of houses. So basically it's horrible. The other thing is, educating children there, the schools are different, and every school can add its own fees. The government gives the students, each child, $13 a year. $13 a year. When you are given $13 in a school which costs $600 or $500, and some even cost $1,000, what do you do with $13? So basically, the teachers have to put on some fees so that it can be covered by parents. And if you don't have parents to take care of that, then you are in a bad situation. So, and then the other thing which is also horrible is there is no counseling. We have found out that these children have gone through traumatic experiences to a point where when they reach high school and they are together with the children who never missed anything, they start actually feeling bad about it. In fact, that is a syndrome I'm seeing in Boise. We were talking with somebody. Where is the professor from Boise in sociology? Oh, I don't know. We are talking. Oh, yeah. Yes. Something about that. And that has been a challenge for me to look at, because I have worked with refugees, by the way, from the very first two guys who came from Rwanda, 1994, Dominic and Edgar. I picked them up. And then I worked with those guys. But the last few groups we have seen, families coming, and their parents are already settled. Basically, they are going to do what is available for them to do. Very few of them will go to school. Then we have the young kids, and the young kids who are 5th grade and below, they adopt very quickly, and within a very short time, they are just like American McDonald's kids. You can't even tell the difference. But the challenge is facing the ones who are in middle school and high school is unbelievable. They are trying to find their own identity, and then they are also in a foreign culture. They are seeing their friends so advanced, and it has been devastating to see some of them joining gangs. And so when the children go to high school, it's the time they start trying to understand, and why me? And actually some of them are so damaged that it has been very hard to help them. And it's hard, really. And so, actually, that's what has made me every year now to go there and sit with all of them and talk to them and listen to their challenges and basically just encourage them. So now to find, I am biased. I have to tell you, I am biased. I know even boys are affected by poverty, but because of the discrimination I've seen against girls, I consciously request my representatives in Kenya to make sure that for every single boy they bring, I have 4 girls. For every, I don't feel bad about it. And we have now decided that we are going to buy this school. It's a school which is on sale. It's a 5-year-old school, and it has 8 completed classrooms, dormitories for 220 girls completed. It has its own school bus, a very good facility. In fact, I can say this, it has American toilets. Oh yeah, because that is very important when we go there. And so, when I take my American friends there, that includes my son. The other day, last year, I took him there, and it was getting late in the village, and I told my son, I don't like going to the city at night because of that. And I told my son, we can spend the night here.
They told me that, but there's only one problem. That's what problem is that? Well, they don't have toilets here. I told my son, come on, get real. So the idea here is the school raises, I mean, as right now, 160 girls in the school. And when I looked at their budget for the school, they use about $45,000 to $50,000 a year to run that school, paying teachers, feeding the children, and everything they need to run a school. Because of the structure we have that way, they go to wherever they go and we pay there, we use 3 times that amount to keep the same amount of students, the same number of students in high school. So when we get our school, we will double the number of students we have and be able to provide better services, counseling. Actually, in fact, there is something which I'm going to do, which is not common in Kenya, and not common, it's not there. We are going to have computer training. We are going to have sewing training, serious like a vocational. We are going to have CNA. We are going to have people trained as CNAs when they are in high school. And we are going to do something very simple, driving. And the reason for driving, number one, of course, not everybody drives in Kenya. And if you have a driver's license, you can be employed. But there's also something else. These children, most of them come there without even knowing how to ride a bike. They have never had a bike. They have never been exposed to anything that they can feel they have accomplished something besides passing exam. So I want them, by the time they are in second year in high school, to learn to drive. And then, of course, they can get a job after that. Because we know not every one of them will go to university. And if they don't continue to go to university or get another training after they finish high school, basically they go back to the same conditions their mothers were. But if we train them to sew, I have a PhD because my father could sew. Sewing is very important in rural communities. Then or if we can train them to be in CNA or computers and they can't go to high school, I mean they can't go to university, then they will have those vocations to help them. And they basically will break the circle of poverty and doing very well. Of course, when we go there, I take my American friends to see wildlife. And I also like bragging that I take good photos. My favorite one is that leopard there. It had just consumed a whole antelope. And then we go. The bond between the sponsors and the children they sponsor is fascinating. Fascinating. I have one sponsor, is a very good friend of mine, her name is Kerry, and she took a boy who is 18 years old, he had been home, and when we got him, not only did we have actually to take him to high school, we had to give him medication for deworming. He had ringworms, and we had to take care of him first, and then buy him clothing, use shoes, everything. And that was in March. And then in May, in March, and in August, we went to see him with the sponsor. And the sponsor's life was changed, probably more than she changed that boy's life. And it has been amazing to see the attachment. Megan, this lady, the American lady there, actually, our grandmother is my sponsor, and I took Megan there. And they were able to see the boy the mother sponsors, not this one. But Megan, a great girl. And she's the same age as my daughter. But when she went to college in Hawaii, she didn't like it. She came to Boise, she didn't. And just started doing something here, there. And I asked the grandmother to let me go with her to Kenya and just show her Kenya with other sponsors there. And actually Megan came with her mother. Megan came back to America on a Monday last January. And on that Tuesday, she went and registered in the College of Western Idaho, CWI. And because she was in touch with the reality. And she saw those children there, and also what we are doing, and how a child can do anything to make sure that they pass exam, even without knowing whether there will be anybody to take care of them. So for me, I like to share with you some few things here. I talked about poverty, being a major problem. I talked about AIDS being a major problem. Corruption, horrible, a major issue. But the thing is the policies that which are being made. And the policies which countries sometimes make. And remember this, I'm very familiar with even our own state, in the state of Idaho. Those who are in Boise, wait in the next 2 weeks, you are going to see an article I've written. I'm writing about the coming elections. And one of the things I'm going to highlight there is the fact that we are one of the states where women are given less pay compared to men. And even you look at the state cabinet, the women who are there are paid less than their male counterparts. And there's something which is known, and unless we change those kind of things, things will continue putting women behind. In Kenya, they just had a bill which was passed in parliament, and actually it was very disheartening. Why? It's made in such a way that if we are married and we divorce with my wife, we don't have, she can't ask 50-50. I will give her whatever I want. And that's exactly what happened with my own home. My mother is the first wife, and my father will marry somebody, and she would come with their children, and from that moment, basically they have 50% of what we have. And I saw my mother sweat for that. Those are some things we need to change, because unless those things change, we can't change anything. Now I'm going to share with you here. We can't change this world by talking about it. I appreciate this kind of seminars. They create awareness, and basically people start thinking. But we can never change the world with what we say. I'm going to ask you for a favor. I'm going to count 1, 2, 3. When I say go, clap your hands, okay? 1, 2, 3. I haven't said go. Come on. You guys can blame my Wyoming accent. Now, let's put our fingers like this, everybody. Let's put our fingers like this. Everybody, put our fingers like this. Bring them close until they touch one another slightly. Don't push them hard. 6 inches from your face. Now bring them towards you until you touch your chin. This is not your chin. I think you touch your chin. This is your chin. You heard what I said. You did what I did. We don't do what we hear. We do what we see. I hope when you live here, you are not going to just talk about injustices or cultural practices that hurt women or anybody, but you will do something about it. And if one girl given hope for a better tomorrow is one girl taken away from forced marriage, forced prostitution, or child labor. And basically, is a generation, is our family taken care of in the future. Sometimes our investment in simple things like this don't seem to bear fruits immediately. But I'll tell you this. I can speak English, I can write. Not because I was educated by a teacher who had a degree. No. I remember my mother getting a piece of ground, and then putting soil there, smoothing soil there, and then giving me a stick, and they taught me how to write 1, 2, 3, ABC. I still remember 1965, my mother teaching me how to do multiplications as we were getting manure to the garden. She was a 6th grade dropout. I always wonder what would have happened if my mother had been given opportunity. I'm not concerned about the short-term results. When you invest in women, and I am going to say this with any reservations, when you educate a man, it's great and it's wonderful. You have educated an individual. When you educate a woman, you have educated a community. I was doing my PhD when my wife started going to college. And here I am doing my own thing, and my wife going to college, she was in education, started bringing movies home. She started bringing books home for me to study, to read. She would call me to go and listen to some of the professors, what they were saying. And because of my wife, bringing the things she was learning because she's educating the community. Actually, I found out I wanted to be a writer. I wanted to be a speaker because of the things my wife introduced me to. The thing is, we have an opportunity to change the world. In closing, I'm going to share with you, and then I can open up if you make me questions, for few questions. I'm going to share with you something in Kenya. I grew up with water buffaloes. And when I'm talking about water buffaloes, I'm not talking about Wyoming bisons. I'm talking about dangerous animals. And I remember the first time I heard women screaming is because there was a buffalo. The first time I saw a lion trying to climb a tree, it was running away from a buffalo. The first time in my life to see somebody, to go to hospital to see somebody healed, he had been stamped by a buffalo, and I never knew whether it was a human being or a piece of red wood. I mean, it was just something red. That's it. Very dangerous animal. When there was a buffalo, some people thought of running away. But how you ran away was very important. If you ran uphill, you are dead meat. If you ran downhill, I mean, you are just delaying the inevitable. So the buffalo was still there. If you climbed a tree, it was not a solution. The buffalo would just wait for you to come down. But the thing is, I look at it as life issues. When we see social injustices, it's like that buffalo. We can try to climb trees, we can try to run away, we can try to ignore them, but they just don't go away, they are still there. There's a tribe in Kenya which used to do amazing things to take care of their buffalo, and it's just young people take a spear and then throw a spear to the buffalo and run away. And if the buffalo is running towards that person, somebody else will spear it from another corner, and the buffalo will forget the source of the first pain and go to the source of the second pain. And then somebody else will spear it from another corner. And the buffalo will forget the source of the second pain and go to the source of the third pain. And within a short time, people just throwing one spear at a time will bring a dangerous animal down. In any human situation, that needs other people to act. You don't have to have the resources to do everything. Nobody can do everything, but everybody can do something. And when you throw the spear you have, regardless of how that spear is small, how big, when you throw that spear, you'll be surprised how you can tackle issues. So the spear I'm going to leave you here with is to learn more about what we are doing, Caring Hearts and Hands of Hope. You can go online. And I think it will be a pretense if I leave here without asking you for your money. I need 1.3 to buy that school. And of course, you don't have to give it all alone. Again, remember other people will draw their spear. But the thing is really, we have been able to see results. And with that, again, I really want to commend the sponsors of this program. I was listening to Ben on the radio, and you're talking about the sponsors. I need to talk to them. But really, you did a very good job in promoting this program and what you said last night. And this also have been very good. Last night I was speaking, immediately I arrived, there was, I think, Jessica. There was a girl by the name Jessica. She came and introduced herself, and I was having headache. I sent her to go and buy handbill for me. And the good thing is, she did not go to the convenience store. She's a student. She went to buy where it's cheap, and I was so happy about that, because when you buy it from convenience store, I mean, it's basically their whole semester's tuition. So I don't want that. So I really appreciated that. This morning, they were also there. I really appreciate that. Again, I'm always happy to come to ISCO. Thank you. With that, questions or comments? Yes?
I would like to know how you choose the students you help.
Oh.
There are obviously so many that need help.
Yeah, see, this is exactly. Oh,
What are the criteria?
you are, yeah. In Kenya, when they do the exam, the points they can take maximum is 500 points. 500 points. And for the subjects they do, I think they do about 5 subjects. And then the government takes anybody with 200 and above to have passed. I am aware that somebody with 250 is good, but I want to help people who can make it, because the education in Kenya is rigorous and the competition is steep. So actually, for girls, I ask for 300 points, 300 and better. For boys, I start with 320. And the reason why is, I know girls don't have many opportunities to study as boys. When you are a girl, you are home, you are going to help your mother cook. You are going to help your mother with cleaning the babies, washing dishes. So there are many things which distract the girls from studying. That given, those points we use, sometimes I hear a child, especially the girls, at 280, and then find out why. We had a girl who actually at 260, and we took her. Why? She did the exam 1 month after her mother died. And the mother was buried actually away, a place where they needed only 200 to bring her body home, but there was no 200 to bring her body home. So the mother was buried away from their community. And so we took that down, and she's doing very well. They spent time studying what preparing circumstances makes a good student not underperform, and we take that into consideration. We also take number one, if a child is orphan, and basically there is no way they can ever go to school. Actually, this year, and it's a sad story I'm going to tell you, this year, the first 25 students, we did not pick the ones who did the exam 2013. We picked the who did the exam 2005, 2010. Students who have been languishing at home. And basically they were the first 25 students. And like just last week, we picked 2 girls who passed very well to go to school 2012, and they were still home. They were not going to school. And we just picked them now. This week is when they start high school. Yeah. So thank you for that question. Yes? Yes.
But I'm sure our friends there would like to know. Kind of things they are showing us here are going to be like people who are in the part of the world without God. So what is the government doing about God?
You know what President Reagan said? Ronald Reagan. He said sometimes the government is the problem. And the government, I will tell you this. If it was not for corruption in Kenya, probably would not be needed to do what we are doing. So there is that corruption. The government tries, but not. There is no mechanism. In fact, that's good, simple thing. I have been trying to see why can the government identify these kids when they are young and provide them bursaries, as financial assistance, and then we go to high school, they do the same, and then in college the same. Actually, we don't have even that data. We don't have that database of knowing who needs help at what age. So that is a problem. But the major problem, the major contribution for the government is basically what they give in the schools, and then it is upon each individual school to take care of their own students. Otherwise, the government does not have direct involvement. I am very encouraged by actually private organization. In Kenya, there is a bank, it's called Equity Bank, and they take 4,000 students every year, and they call their programs Wings to Fly, and they get to the students, 2,000 students who pass, and they don't have money at all, and they give them money, and they pay for their high school education. I question that system because they just get these students and then they give them the money, but they don't have a way to follow up. As what we do, and again because I'm from that system, we make sure that our students are performing. We talk to them, we have expectations, and if we see grades changing, we come up with some mitigation factors that can help the grades to go up. In fact, I have even gone ahead and helped some students repeat a class in high school with their willingness and with them willing, because I don't want them just to finish high school and they have no certificate to go ahead or get a job. So we do that, and that's what helps us to be very successful. Yeah. Yes?
I'm wondering, Kenya has had occasionally some very serious tribal conflicts.
Yes. Thank you so much for that question. Actually, a very good question. You guys are very good questions. The school number one, the tribes where they are promoting is not in my tribe. This school is about 6 miles from where I was born. And so we have one predominant tribe. And basically that tribe there. Now, given we sponsor children regardless of tribe. We sponsor children regardless of religion. When a child comes in a need, we help them. So we have a very big fence. In the school is very well fenced. And then also we have a security guard. In fact, when I was in Kenya in January, I met with a man who used to be a policeman and a very, very high-rank policeman. And he's now retired. And I want to talk to him because I want to hire him as the head of my security. So we will be able to say, yes. And basically, even when there is strike or war, we do not really hear schools attack. Actually, in fact, a school in America is more prone to being attacked by somebody with a gun and start right attacking children.
I was wondering why this first event, like, to the rules and stuff. Like, how did you stop it?
How did I start that? By asking people their money.
Just go around and ask people for money.
Actually, in fact, again, I told you that I suffered from very bad depression. And then I called a pastor of my church, and I told him, you know what, this is exactly what I'm going to do, and I think I need to do something about this. And I told him that I need to talk to the church, and he gave me 5 minutes. The next thing, he did not have me given a motivational speaker 5 minutes. It was 25 minutes, so that was the big sermon. But then I got 5 sponsors that day, and that's how I started. Just talk about it. And then I had some friends of mine. Of course, I remember now, I lived in Boise for long. I was the chairman of the largest homeless shelter of the state of White House, Boise Rescue Mission. I have worked with YMCA. I'm a member of the board. I was among the first men to serve in a board for domestic violence. And WCA in Boise, I was a member of that board. So I'm familiar with the non-profit, the large of that. And in fact, most of my sponsors are people whom we are working with. Now, remember, our sponsorship is also very different because 100% of the money goes to what it's made for. We don't have any paid staff. I mean, I have asked my friends in Boise to donate all this, and when they don't donate, I pay it for myself. I have one of the sponsors comes and does the making. Sponsors also do the editing of the things I raise. So basically, it's easy to make an impact with the money going direct to the. We give the sponsors the name of the child, a photo of the child, and the school of the child, the telephone number of the school, basically anything they want. If they want to contact the child and make sure that they know what the child is doing, that's them. But then also when I go there, I take a photo with the students and the building. But last year we started taking sponsors to go there and meet with the children because even after giving money for over 3 years without meeting the children, when eventually I met with them and listened to them and talked to them and ate with them, actually they transformed my life. And last year, January 24th, is when I committed to work for them. Okay, questions are coming from this side. Let's help this side.
Hey, you said that you don't undiscriminate when you choose kids on like religion or tribe.
Yes.
So do you sponsor kids only from one area, or? Is it
No, we have children from the whole. I have children from places I've never been. Yes. There's also another. I should have also shared with you. How am I doing with the time?
You have 2 minutes left.
2 minutes? You know, in Africa we use elastic time. So when you say 2 minutes, we expand it. In Kenya, and the reason that question is very important is because actually I found out a lot of girls have gone to universities and then the money is not there anymore for them to finish. And they stay home, basically go and do some manual jobs, or maybe if they were very advanced, start teaching without license to teach, and they get paid like $100 a month. Then I would take those girls who are about 2 or 3 semesters to finish college, and I help them finish college. And most of them actually are from different tribes. And then, so we have helped them finish college. We have one girl in particular, we took 2011, she was making $100 a month. She finished high school college as an accountant, she makes 900, and that is low income, middle income in Kenya. Yeah, from 100 a month to 900, and just because somebody was able to finish 2 semesters in college. So we do that too. Yes?
Is there anything like a government scholarship program?
That's the same question Joku was asking, and they are there, but they are corrupt, and sometimes they end up being given to the wrong people. Sometimes children who are of families who are connected. Actually, in fact, even in my own program, I've been extremely careful that we reach the orphans first. In fact, I have representatives and make sure that they go for the orphans who have no more to talk to them.
So I'm from the island.
Yes.
The scholarships were based on exams.
Yes, yes, yes.
Oh, so the corruption is in the exams.
Yes, the results that way. Actually, but because of corruption, again, I want to emphasize that corruption. Sometimes the schools, and then we had this year, sometimes the schools admit children and tell them come by Monday. Come Monday by 5 o'clock. And if you go on Tuesday, your position has been given to somebody else. And so that happens a lot for the university students. In fact, we have to have money in Kenya waiting so that once our student is taken to the university, we pay immediately before that chance is given to somebody else, because it can be solved immediately. But so that has been the case there. The money for bursaries, we call it bursaries, for people children who are from poor backgrounds, sometimes it's given to the wrong people. In fact, I can tell you, when I went to high school, there was a German program which used to sponsor children who were blind. And I went to high school with a child who had been sponsored by a German person, but he was not blind. And when, and it's bad. Now I want also to share with you finally, here crossing my time is elastic anyway. When somebody can speak 5 languages, you have to give them more time anyway. No. The thing here is, what has happened also, we have been able to help children with multiple disabilities. We have had students who have, and we also make sure that they go and get medical attention. We have we have about 7 blind students we are sponsoring. And those have been a very pathetic situation. One boy we just sponsored last month, actually his mother ran away when she found he was blind and never seen him again, and never seen a mother. And so we take care of those. Otherwise, again, thank you so much. I truly do appreciate, and we'll be here for today at least, and then I may be here tomorrow morning. Thank you.
We'll now have a 10-minute break, and then we'll have our panel after that.
I didn't put one in one. We talked all last night. I'm like, I wonder who this might be. Hey, Jordan, nice to meet you. I can't even change. Yes, yes. Yeah, definitely. No, you guys have done great. I saw some of the woodshed where everybody's saying pretty impressive. Especially since my picture.
We're all doing
Good.
Only got a couple more to go.
That would be good.
3 hours, 7 hours.
And that's one of the years when I was education is number one. Even that school, if you have a lot of ideas, somewhere. That's number one. Run. Yeah, I am aware.
It might not even be password fit.
Oh, is that right?
So keep looking.
Oh, yes. Oh, my goodness. Yes, I come there. I used to go there.
Just the 3. We have an hour now.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Thank you. You don't have to do a lot of stories here. My aunt told us Selena. Yes. So, which grade are you in? Oh, so 1992. Yes. Yeah, yes, Selena is graduating. Yeah.
Would you like me to announce your titles of presentation
And
and
soccer.
have them in
Yes, she's playing soccer and she's also playing basketball. Yes.
Okay, I think I'll just.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And I'm not quiet. I'm a participating parent.
No, you're absolutely fine.
Oh, is that right?
I'll give the names.
I'm so proud of you. You're finishing. And your dad is here in Boise. What does he do? Oh, is that right? Oh, my goodness. Yeah, tell him to give me a call. Okay. Will you tell him to call me? Here is my cousin. Yes, give him my name and tell him. I'd like you to talk to him. I have some sponsors from HP. John, my name is Vincent Kitu. Oh, you are the Jordan we have been talking to. That's Jordan. Jordan Quinn. Yeah, the one, okay, good. Last time, congratulations. Thank you for telling me. Yeah, but then when you were living in Africa, the mountains took away the system. So, yeah. Very good. Thank you.
And did you say there is a...
Yeah. We will. I can go on.
There a microphone? Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Excellent.
Yes. Yeah. So I'm going to. I'm not trying to. Oh, is that right? Okay, in Kenya or in Uganda? Oh, so they take you anywhere? Yeah. I hope they take you to Kenya. No.
How are your travels? I think, well, we want, okay, if we want to have one for audience.
Whatever you want.
So they'll be
Do we need to do anything to connect it into
he'll
somebody?
do it all.
Will do it all.
He'll do
Excellent.
it all for you.
Thanks so much.
In the spirit of international studies, does anybody know if the Champions League matches this afternoon kick off at 12:45 East Coast time or 12:45? My phone is local time. Anybody? And I'm just telling you now, I'll be the one checking this phone. That's why I'm checking my phone this afternoon.
Well, I'm very Chelsea.
You know what? I didn't say it.
I actually really like you. But I think he's not long. Not long coaching that team.
If you want to do that, that would be great. We have the ones for the next mail out on the table out there.
Do they have?
If you wanted to like copy it.
Well, I think we've already covered
Can we do 20-minute sessions? I think that's what.
Yeah, sure.
We should have, just 3 should be plenty of time.
Okay, 20 minutes.
We'll have about a half an hour. Okay?
The 20 minutes? Yeah. Yeah, that
Whoever,
sounds about right.
with
Yeah.
with our time.
Yep, I'll tell him.
20 minutes.
Ben Berry.
And then,
Yeah.
probably that still means telling them about 17 minutes.
Right, exactly. Because I'll just talk.
Yeah, okay. All right, it'll all be excellent.
Yeah.
All right, thanks. Oh, okay. Oh, well. Anyhow, that's fine. Are you also
Yeah, you gotta look at the building itself.
everyone?
And what
Oh, okay.
Excellent. I think it's very well done. Okay, we will. Okay. We'll turn it on. Okay. All right. Thanks so much. We will begin with our 10:30 panel in just a minute. We can gather together here. We'll get started in just a minute or two. Okay, I think we're doing 20 minutes. Okay. Word, but maybe about. Why don't we do 15 minutes? Okay. Let's give them a little buffer. Well, let me welcome you to our first panel of our symposium here. And my name is Jeremy Thomas. I'm an assistant professor here in the Department of Sociology, Social Work, and Criminal Justice. And our presentation, or our panel rather, this morning, this panel is titled Religious Freedoms, Cultures, and Human Rights. And I'm glad to have the opportunity to moderate a bit here, as my area of research is in the sociology of religion. And so I'm especially interested to hear what our panelists will be discussing. We have three panelists this morning. We have Dr. Vincent Katuku, Executive Director. He's Executive Director of Caring Hearts and Hands of Hope. And we've heard from him this morning. Look forward again to his discussion with us. We have Dr. Karamdana from the University of Washington. And then we have Dr. Thomas Uthup, associated with both Binghamton University and Baldwin Wallace University. Our plan will be to begin with presentations from each of our panelists of approximately 20 minutes or so. And we'll ask you to hold your questions until following those three presentations, and then I hope that we can have a lively time of Q&A and interacting with the different presentations. So let's, can we welcome our panelists and give them a hand, why not? And we'll let them decide who would like to go first, and we'll turn it over to them for this panel. Thank you.
Oh, no, you guys.
Okay, I guess I'm going first. Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you all for organizing such a lovely, lovely symposium. I'm very honored to be here. I'm just going to do this first. Do we have the clicker?
Yeah, clicker.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
I think you go ahead and read that because you want to read that.
Sure, go ahead. Again, thanks for having me here. Is it okay? Can you all hear me from here? Okay. It's because I want to be close to my presentation so I can flip. So, the title of my talk here is about American Muslims and the level of political participation in terms of in the United States. So, I study American Muslims as a community group, as a religious minority group in the United States. But I study it not only through religion and politics as a paradigm in terms of study, but I also study it in terms of race, ethnicity, and politics as a subfield within political science. So I'm more of a political scientist in terms of my work, and I study how political behavior changes in certain contexts in relation to Americans. Let's talk a little bit briefly about who are American Muslims, right? Muslims in the United States, how many are there in the United States? It's very hard to tell, regardless of whoever tells you this is how many people live in the United States who are Muslim. It's really very difficult to tell for two reasons. One, the first is that U.S. Census does not ask about religious identity, right? That's actually a big problem. I mean, a big problem or a good problem, I'm not really sure. It depends on the context of doing it. But the interesting thing is we do not know exactly how many people of a particular religious group live in the United States accurately. That's one. Two, there is a separation between something called religious identity, so one could consider themselves to be Muslim, and there's a difference in terms of the level of religiosity, the extent to which they actually follow the teachings of the religion. And actually religiosity has three levels of components, three different components. They're called the three B's, right? One is believing in a particular text, a particular story, a particular narrative, okay, important narrative, one. Two, that's the first B. Two, belonging, feeling that you actually belong to a particular community. That's the second B, right? That you, if you happen to be Muslim or Jewish or Christian, you would have an association with those people who have a similar type of identity as you do. That's the second B. The third B has to do with behaving, that you will actually do certain things that are associated with your religious identity in the sense. That would make you would go to church on certain nights, you would do certain things at certain times, Sunday, for example, for church. Praying 5 times a day for Muslims, for example. So the three B's reflect, in a sense, a level of religiosity that is different than religious identity. And of course, both are different in a sense. So it's very difficult to actually go to a mosque, for example, and suggest that because we know X, Y, and Z, we know how many people go to the mosque, and we can actually reflect as to how many Muslims live in the United States. That becomes a little bit problematic. So, how many? It's very hard to tell. It really goes from 2.1, according to some results after 9/11, to 8 million, some estimates. So it's very difficult to tell how many Muslims live in the United States. Now, it's just simply, I mean, but give or take, it's about 2 or so % as max in terms of population. So, how long have Muslims lived in the United States? Since the early 1860s, actually. Okay, that's documented, right? So, in addition to that, there are documentations that a lot of the slaves who were brought to the United States against their wishes, in particular, there's a very famous story called Prince Among Slaves, who was this very interesting female. Yes, it's a fantastic story of this prince from West Africa who was sold into slavery, brought to the United States, and it's actually one of the most documented stories. Right? So that was even 100 years earlier than that. Okay? In addition to that, there are also converts to Islam who've existed, as late 18th century, who have been quite significant in terms of actually bringing a lot of ideas of Islam into the United States, right? The examples of these, in addition to this, one last thing that I want to mention is that some actually argue that Christopher Columbus had to rely on certain navigators and certain skills to actually make this famous trip to the Americas for the discovery. So without the skills presented by Muslims, America, quote unquote, would not be, quote unquote, discovered. And I guess I'm underscoring that title. So examples of this, again, Alexander Russell Webb, convert from 1888. He was a Greek diplomat, consul general to the Philippines. There's an interesting gentleman named Hajj Ali. Hajj is a title that is given to someone who does a pilgrimage in Mecca. He goes by Hajj Ali, actually, into the southwest of the United States, and he was known as Hajj Ali. Hajj Ali, I would like to call him by that name, was actually brought by the U.S. military to create a camel attaché to the military. It was an experiment that failed, clearly. But he lived, married to a Latina, and ended up becoming a very significant member of his own community in the Southwest, in Arizona and New Mexico. So, as you can see, the group is quite diverse. Okay? Converts, people who are brought to the United States against their wishes, people who have immigrated, right? And people who have come for a variety of reasons. But the community is quite small in the United States. Again, about up to 2% of the entire population. So the interesting thing about Islam, and a lot of religions, of course, but in Islam, the religion really transcends race and ethnicity. So anyone really could become Muslim by simply saying independence. Okay? So you could say that technically makes a person a Muslim. So it's very difficult to kind of count who is Muslim and who is not, simply because that statement can be made in private. So again, this creates a lot of questions in terms of how many Muslims live in the United States. All right. I'm going to be faster with my slides now because I have 38 of them and I have about 15 minutes, so I'll do my best. So, how and where do we hear about Muslims, or not? How do non-Muslims hear about Muslims in the United States? Certain contexts, mosques as places of worship, possibly bringing terrorists. Wow. Okay, that's usually certain things that actually come out in terms of popular media, and we will discuss them as we proceed. There's Muslims as also seen as civil rights victims in the sense that civil rights have been violated in some instances, but also advocates after 9/11. We see Muslims actually speaking about the importance of civil rights. And then also one thing that is quite interesting that we notice is that certain things that happen internationally all of a sudden become a domestic story, right? So that's also an interesting component that we need to look at. And also associated with Islam and Muslim is the question of attempted terrorist attacks and so on. But then there's a new thing that has happened, is that some political leaders are emerging in the American political scene, like 2000 Parson, who are American Muslims, and they're the first people to be representing, to be Muslims themselves in the U.S. Congress. But I want to get your attention to the last point here, if I may. Muslims and Buddhists are similar in terms of the approval of Americans of other religious traditions. Meaning, so they would go, for example, to a Catholic and say, your favorability of everyone that is non-Catholic. And they will score certain scores, right? It turned out that Muslims and Buddhists are quite similar. Now, we might understand why it is that Muslims are, are seen in relatively in a negative light. But what about Buddhists? Putnam and Campbell, in fact, suggest that it has to do with knowledge. That the more people not know, doing reverse the more people know, the more they tend to actually have higher approval ratings or of a particular religious identity, right? Other than their own. The less that they know, the less that they will be likely, to actually approve of that religion. So Putnam and Campbell, they suggest that, by and large, non-Buddhists do not know what Buddhists do, in a sense, quote unquote. Okay? Again, that doesn't necessarily provide us with much, except for the fact that that knowledge is quite important and education is quite significant in understanding other religious groups. Again, generally, Islam and Muslims in the United States have actually fall within a larger tradition of vilification in the sense that Muslims in the United States are seen in a negative light. So maybe more knowledge would actually make us look a little bit better. So. A quick experiment that I wanted to do for one of my articles was to actually go through LexisNexis. LexisNexis is this, which we all probably know. It's a web-based type of a program that will allow you to search certain things in U.S. newspapers for a long period of time. So I put the words American Muslim terrorism and extremism, right, within one word difference. Okay? And here's the terms. And here are the number of basically published news articles per year, okay, that would address, that type of a connection. So the word Muslim or Islam next to extremism or terrorist, in a sense, they appear within one word difference. And you can see that at some point, okay, in around 2008, things started exploding, okay, in terms of coverage in U.S. media. So what is the cause of that? It's very still, some people hypothesize, some people, say, well, a lot more foiled terrorist attacks have happened, maybe that's why. But it's interestingly enough that the question of anti-Muslim, or what is oftentimes dubbed as Islamophobia, is actually increasing exponentially as we proceed in terms of time. So that was about 7 years after 9/11. So it's quite interesting to see that something like that is really interesting. So that prompted us, myself and a co-principal investigator, to actually explore something. Matt Barreto and I decided to look as to whether or not certain myths that are oftentimes reported and represented both in the academy and the public sphere as well, okay, and policy, whether or not these are actually accurate. So we went off to do something called the Muslim American Public Opinion Survey. It's a very short survey, about 40 questions, self-administered. It's an exit poll type of service for those who remember exit. I'm not sure if it's in Idaho, you still actually go to it. We don't in Washington. But anyway, so, and we did it at different religious events. And by, those religious events are quite significant because these are the Eid prayers. For those who know something about Islam, there are two major holidays. One that happens right after the month of Ramadan, and then one happens about 2 months and 10 days later. And that's to celebrate the pilgrimage in Islam, right? So these two big celebrations are quite significant. Not only that they are religious in terms of their importance, but also they have a very important cultural component, right? So imagine, for example, Easter Sunday. There will be a lot more people coming in to actually visit their aunts and their cousins and their relatives, chit chat about certain things, right? So similarly, in the context of Eid, you'll find a whole wide range of different people coming in together to actually talk about, first of all, to celebrate, but also to engage in conversations with their relatives and whatnot, and extend their greetings for the season. So I'm relying on Muslim students who are working with me, both men and women, to implement the survey, because we want it to be culturally sensitive, of course. A woman would approach a woman, a male would approach a male, and it was basically a skip pattern in terms of our data collection. So we would actually count 1, 2, 3, we would approach the first person. Hello, would you like to participate in the survey? And some would say yes, some would say no. But anyway, we provided the survey in multiple languages, English, Arabic, Farsi, and Turkish. Fielded it over a 2-year period for us to get as big of a sample as possible. But also we took into account that certain major things did not happen during that time period that would reflect the data. A reflection of the data is negative. So we fielded it in 22 different locations, 12 metropolitan areas. Here are a list of places where it was done. And it ended up, our respondents were 1,410. Not knowing that it would actually end up being that large, and we later discovered that it is the largest survey of Muslims in the United States. To date, it is the largest survey of Muslims in the United States, and it cost us less than $20,000. The Pew Charitable Trust, they said $2 million, and they got less. But again, it's a different type of methodology. I would have to be creative. So, I want to present to you a couple of things in relation to what we found. Oftentimes you hear the question of compatibility, that being a Muslim is inherently incompatible with living in a non-Muslim society, and living in a Western society in particular. And there's that division between Islam and Western civilization that really has sparked a lot of policy type of issues to go in certain directions that oftentimes are really misinformed. So I wanted to get into to deal with that question. So is the compatibility, is there such a thing as a compatibility or incompatibility of being a Muslim and living in the context of the United States? Theoretically, it has actually been proven that that's actually possible. So those who have actually looked at texts of what it means to be a Muslim, those who have looked at the text of liberal democracies and American context in particular, and American kind of values, they actually found that there's a compatibility in this. But what I wanted empirical evidence to deal with. 1, 2, given the fact that American Muslims make up about 55% are immigrant population, first, second, and third generation. I wanted to look into the transnational ties aspect. And that's a question of, if you care about what happens outside the United States, does that really impede your ability to actually participate in American forms of politics, right? Or be civically engaged in your own community. So, and then is the role of the mosque in American politics? You said 15 or 20? 20? Okay. Okay, so again, I'm going to skip forward here to just what I wanted to study here in particular is that theoretical question, and also on a measurable level, to see if a higher level of religiosity translates somehow into action. So, one of the questions that were asked on the survey is, as a Muslim living in the United States, do you think Islamic teachings are compatible with participation in the American political system, right? And it's a simple yes or no. Then the second type of question that I pursued was the measurable level. Again, during 2006, that changed, of course, depending on the year. But has a person really contributed or actually carried out certain events in their own local communities. Community meetings, rally protests, writing a letter to public official donations, right? Create an index out of 0 to 4. This is a very quick regression to suggest that that those who are active in mosque activities, for example, they're highly, that would actually basically translate into suggesting that the American political system is compatible with Islam. So being a Muslim allows people to become more, quote unquote, to answer yes to the question of is Islam and American political system compatible? So that's the regression model. I'm gonna skip to the next one, the REB, race, ethnicity, and politics variable. Those who are born abroad tend to actually participate in American politics a little bit more, and then the third generation, foreign citizens who are not citizens, they tend to actually participate more in their own community. Sure, third generation, which is actually consistent with a lot of literature on race, ethnicity, and politics, and immigration, that they tend to participate a lot more on the scale from 0 to 4. And therefore discrimination variable as well. Those who feel that there is a lot of more discrimination tend to actually participate more in American politics. So that's a way to actually kind of affect the system. So the second variable, I'm just going to skip and show you some of the results here. The higher the degree of religiosity, the higher the predicted probability that the teachings of Islam are very much compatible with American political system, as you can see there. I'm going to show you another one here. The higher level of religiosity happens to be the higher number of political acts, participation in your own community tends to happen, take place. Okay? All right. So the second issue, very quickly, I just need about 2 minutes if possible, and then we'll finalize. The second issue is the question of transnationalism. So some examples: sending money back home if you're an immigrant, right? Watching news related to your homeland, right? Keeping up with the homeland politics, voting in elections back home even in absentee points, right? So these are examples of what transnationalism is, and it's a very important question in relation to the immigrant population in the United States. So it has been rooted in America for quite some time: German, Italian, Irish, Latinos, and Norwegians, etc. We all understand this is an American story. Now, within the literature itself, there are two stories, and they oftentimes are contradictory. But actually, the earlier one is that they lead to minimized participation in U.S. politics. The more people engage in themselves. But the newer scholarship suggests it's all lost because we live in an inhabitable world now. Anyway, I'm going to just skip straight to the results. Forgive me. Those who tend to follow the news, they tend to so those who tend to actually pay more attention to news in their home country or things related to the quote-unquote Muslim world, they tend to participate more in American politics. So what we found is that it's consistent with the newer type of literature in relation to transnationalism and immigration. Okay. This is a quick finding to suggest that basically the more you follow the news, the more you tend to participate in American politics. And so the last finding I wanted to show you here is that the more people tend to go to mosque, the more they actually participate in American politics. So involvement in mosques by religious tradition, however, it varies between different Sunnis and Shias. But by and large, those who actually attend mosques, they tend to participate more in terms of American politics, what we consider in American politics as significant, and as a community that takes a very active role in politics. Anyway, and also one last thing that I would like to mention is that while there is differences between different traditions within Islam in terms of participation, with the involvement of the mosque, as you can see at the bottom here, the more a person tends to participate in activities related to the mosque, the more the difference in terms of participation between these two Sunni Shia in this particular case, the more the division between them actually decreases and almost ceases to exist. And so there is, in effect, the United States, being in the United States, being tend to become Muslims and not Muslim Shia Muslims, Sunni Muslims. So their differences all of a sudden are muted. And overall, they participate higher in American politics. So thank you all for listening to me, and I've taken a little bit more than my share. So thank you for being patient.
First of all, I'd like to express my appreciation for having invited me here for this prestigious Senator Frank Church Symposium. For those of us who are old enough to remember, Senator Frank Church is truly one of the giants of the US Senate. As I was growing up, at least, he was really one of the exceptional senators that this country has had. And second, I also want to express my appreciation to the faculty and the students particularly who are showing such a deep interest in international affairs. The first time I taught a class in American government, and I made this offhand remark that Americans were not very interested in international relations, and this one young woman got up and challenged me on that and said that's because of the domination in the news media of corporate interests and commercial interests. And indeed, I think if you look at the interest in international relations with news sites, that's a signal that people are interested. And third, I also want to thank all of those who assisted with the logistics of this conference and helped to bring some of us here from thousands of miles away. In this talk, I'm looking at the relationship between religious rights and education about religion and some of its challenges. So my talk is based largely on my experience of the United Nations Alliance of Civilizations, where we established for the United Nations, unique project on education about religions and beliefs. So first, how many of you have heard of the UN Alliance of Civilizations? Okay, so one person, and that's because I met with him personally a few years ago. So I'm going to first provide a very brief overview and history of the UN Alliance of Civilizations, and then talk about some of the religious rights related to education about religions, and third, defining this project that we have defining religious rights, education about religions, some of the evidence for why it works, and the challenges and the impact. So first, now that's a very long mission. So it says that the UNAOC aims to improve understanding and cooperation among nations and peoples across cultures and religions, and in the process to help counter the forces that fuel polarization and extremism within and among societies. This is what happens when you have a mission statement done by committee. Furthermore, it provides a platform for addressing the challenges of intercultural diversity, thus contributing to the promotion of the good governance of cultural diversity. But when I talked about the Alliance of Civilizations, I said I liked the quote from a South African former guerrilla leader with the African National Congress, who then became a major general in the South African Defense Forces. So he had to integrate both those who fought apartheid and those who supported apartheid. And he said, understand the differences, act on the commonalities. That's what I said, essentially, the Alliance of Civilizations does. Two of its areas are education and media. That's really about understanding the differences and acting on the commonalities, migration and migrants and youth. Two of the areas also of concentration. This is really an area where you look at what are commonalities and build on them. It's anchored in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the support of about 138 members of what they call the Group of Friends, which is comprised of countries and international organizations. So briefly, the history is that the Spanish Prime Minister, Prime Minister Zapatero, established this when he proposed in 2005 at an address of the UN General Assembly to establish an alliance of civilizations. This was a counter, in a sense, to the Bush administration approach after 9/11 and the attacks on Afghanistan and Iraq. But when Madrid was attacked, so the Spanish Prime Minister, along with Turkey, proposed establishing this alliance of civilizations to really bring together people across cultures. So what then Secretary General Kofi Annan did was to appoint a group of 20 people, high-level people from around the world, who issued a report that looked at the roots of polarization and issued concrete recommendations in 4 areas that I mentioned. So once this report was submitted, the first High Representative of the Secretary General, by Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, was appointed, and he was the former President of Portugal, President Sampaio, in April 2007. And under him, there was a very small secretariat. I joined the secretariat in 2008. The current High Representative who took over in 2013 is the former President of the General Assembly, whose name is Nasser Abdulaziz Al Nasser. So he regularly reports to the Secretary General and meets with representatives of countries and the Group of Friends. And government, civil society, international organizations, and experts have been convened in forums in various places: Madrid, Istanbul, Rio de Janeiro, Doha, and Vienna, and the next one is in Bali. And for those people who are students, there is a youth school that is happening of the Alliance this summer, and applications are still open, but competition is pretty stiff. There's 20,000 applicants last year for about 100 places. So at these forums, they discuss, what are the good projects, and discuss the alliance and partner projects. One of the things I should say is that this is a very small organization. When I was there, we were 8 people, and it grew to about 14. But that helps us to be nimble and react fairly quickly to issues. So that's a brief overview of that. Okay, so religious rights and education. What really are the 2 areas that affect education? And the first is Article 18, that everyone probably who is familiar with religious freedom knows. Article 18 says that everyone has the right, and you can read, I'm sure. But the particular area I want to call to your attention is the last sentence: to manifest his religion or belief in teaching, practice, worship, and observance. There's another very important treaty which is called the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Article 18 again is talking about everyone shall have the right to freedom of thought, conscience, etc. So Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, what in relation to education you have to draw attention to is Section 4, which talks about the liberty of parents and, when applicable, legal guardians to ensure the religious and moral education of their children in conformity with their own convictions. But when you look at the whole religious freedom area, one can think about breaking this down, and this is really my personal view. It's not the view necessarily of the Alliance or the UN. But one of the things that many critics have a problem with the declarations on religious freedom is that there's a great deal of emphasis on, it seems to be the freedom to change religions, the freedom to proselytize, the freedom to convert. When really speaking, this is a concern of 2 major religions, Christianity and Islam. So these two religions have been called competitive religions. These are religions that are engaged, as one professor once called it, the marketplace of souls, to try to gather more market share in the world. And it leads to competition between the two. But if you break this down further, in terms of how it affects people, I would argue that, and this is not to scale, I just drew a triangle and what I could fit in there. So worship and assembly, this is really what affects every single person who believes in any religion or belief. That is, are you allowed to go to church or mosque or a synagogue? Are you allowed to build one? Or what are the kind of symbols that you have on your property, on your individual self, as a headscarf or a cross or a yarmulke, whatever. The second subsection, that about teaching and educating, really probably applies to a smaller percentage of people, primarily those who are parents, who want the freedom to be able to educate their children in their religion. And the third aspect is the freedom to go and provide witness or testimony and try to bring more people into your religion. Now, with the exception perhaps of the Latter-day Saints, where the people go, I think almost every member goes out and is a missionary for a couple of years. But in most cases, the number of people who go out and try to convert people is very small. And there's a lot of variation within religions. Now, I was raised Catholic, and even though I grew up in a non-Catholic country, the Catholics in the country are not really about converting people to other religions. But there were other Christian denominations that were very actively engaged in it. So that really is a small group of people, but it draws a lot of attention in various aspects of religious freedom. This education about religions project that we had really drew on two major inspirations. One was a high-level group report which talked about the importance of education in preparing young people for an interdependent world, and called for education system to provide students with an understanding and respect for the diverse religious beliefs, practices, and cultures in the world. And the first forum, Madrid, was a forum where participants actually called for the establishment of what they called a clearinghouse on best practices. So really the emphasis was not on trying to have a world curriculum, but really looking all over the world at good practices in teaching about diverse religions. The second major inspiration was something called the Toledo Guiding Principles, which was a publication put out by the OSCE, which talked about what are the guidelines on teaching about education, about religions and beliefs. So what I did was, when I got into the alliance, was to consult with experts from around the world, from the United States, UK, Europe, South Africa, and Japan, and also look at the human rights documents. And this we come to another section of the Article 26 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And this is really where you kind of had to have that balance. Because if you look at subsection 2, it says that education shall be directed to the full development of the human personality and to the strengthening of respect for human rights and fundamental freedom. It shall promote understanding, tolerance, and friendship among all nations, religious groups, and shall further the activities. So that, you have to balance that with the next one, which is that parents have a prior right to choose the kind of education that shall be given to their children. So to balance this was the reason we had essentially looking at how should we conceptualize that. So we decided that education from religions and education in religions, which could be, especially in translation, confused as being indoctrination, should not be the approach to follow, but it should be education about religions. And the second part about this is not just a translation issue, but it also provides for different approaches. It doesn't matter where you learn about religions. It doesn't matter if you learn in a religion class, or if you learn in a history class, or if you learn in a geography class. What matters is that you learn about different religions. You could even be learning about it in civic education, in democratic education. Doesn't matter. You have to have that option that is allowed. It could be in Catholic schools. It could be in Muslim schools. Second was the decision that I made to talk about education about religions and beliefs, because there's a general comment on this human rights which talks about beliefs being equivalent to religions, and religions itself being an area that you can't just think about the traditional religions, but you have to think about religions that might not be strictly religion. There's a whole issue of definition of religions, but I think about the professor who wrote a article saying that definition of defining religion was like defining bald, which is something I'm very sensitive to. It's kind of difficult really to define it. So we had to balance this with the whole issue of parental rights, and of course these are politically sensitive issues. So very quickly, this was the site. You can still go and see it. It's erb.unaoc.org, and what this site is primarily concerned with school education, because this is the stage that is the most important in forming educated opinions, and it's the stage where public policy can have the most influence, because public education is pretty much common throughout the world. And it was also the area where resources were available in terms of, many people have tried to teach this, but they're kind of scattered, so the UN mechanism made it useful. What does it have? It has approaches, consensus guidelines, intellectual and instructional resources, and I really focus on looking at the research on evidence about the impact of educating about religions. So there's an ERB journal and events of interest to researchers, policymakers, and educators working in this area. So I just want to point out some of the research that is there and that I've seen over the years. First is one about the United States, which talks about the evidence of teaching about world religions in a class in Modesto, California, and the authors found that there was more knowledge, of course, of religious diversity, but more importantly, from a religious freedom angle, there was the intolerance of religious symbols on individuals and private property was decreased. So students were more tolerant once they had taken this class. They were also more likely to defend another student whose religious beliefs were being insulted once they had taken this class. And unlike the fear of many parents who thought that, once a student learns, say, about Buddhism, that, that they would think, oh, Buddhism is really cool, I'm going to become a Buddhist. Actually, students did not necessarily change the views about their own religion or convert to another religion. Another report was from Ofsted, which is from the UK, where they also found that those who had a education about religions were more positive about religious diversity. Also looking at extremism, because this was the other area that the Alliance was interested in. If you recall, none of the 9/11 hijackers or the Madrid train bombers attended a religious school, and most of the studies show that in Muslim communities, the deeper a person's religious scholarship, the less likely he or she is likely to be involved in activities against the ultimate human right of killing people. There was a West Point study earlier last year which looked at a major Pakistani fundamentalist group called Lashkar-e-Toiba, which was the one that attacked a Bombay hotel for 2 or 3 years. And they looked at the biography of these recruits, and they found that fewer than 5% of these fighters had really high levels of formal religious education. And there's a sociologist, I think, his name is Khalid Duran, who talked about a Muslim brotherhood really being the engineering brother. Okay. In Indonesia also, they have seen that people who have studied in religious schools called the pesantren are less likely to become extremists because they can challenge the views. So I guess what are the challenges? The challenges include timid bureaucracy, when they are dealing with religion, politicians. The whole issue of the defining of religions does come up. Financed, the UNAOC was financed voluntarily by governments, so it is very difficult to get money to convene people to do studies and research. And the most important thing perhaps is the whole issue of teacher training. So you want people to be able to teach about it. What is the impact? It's really, I wouldn't want to say that there's an impact of this project in terms of actual causation, but there's some correlation that I'd like to point out. One is during this period, the UN Alliance of Civilizations really became the only UN entity that explicitly dealt with religion. Two, a number of countries like Russia, Canada, Australia have engaged in starting to teach about different religions. For a long time, there had been this constant clash between the Muslim world and the West about blasphemy, but there was a resolution that was passed in 2011 which really emphasized the need to really educate people about different religions. And I just came across this in the Pew, and I don't know if it's easy to see, but the question was really, does any level of government provide funds or other resources to religious groups between June 2007 and June 2013? The number of countries that said no went down from 71 to 55. The number of countries that said yes, but with no obvious favoritism, went up from 24 to 47. And yes, but with favoritism towards one particular religion, went down from 102 to 96. So clearly more needs to be done, but this was a small step in the way. Thank you.
Well, it's good to know that I'm not the only one with an accent. I'd like to share this in a different format. What I'm going to do is I'm going to request you guys to be in groups of 4, at least, or 3 or 4 people. And what I'd like you to do is for the next 2 or 3 minutes, I'd like you to discuss what are the challenges the world is facing because of religious backgrounds and the cultural perspectives. What are the challenges the world is facing? So you have that time to discuss. You make sure that you have a group reporter. Yeah, I'm not going to work when you guys are resting. Discuss the challenges of the world based on religious and cultural perspectives. No, that's okay. Listen. You don't have to have. You don't have to be religious.
large enough.
Right, along those lines, which brings to mind the situation got the private budget taken in, the courthouse yard, a law is about a big victory, religious freedom right now are having to deal with state force, my government, the church, and state, wanting to put up privately funded, whatever their thing is, right near the more than much going on in Arizona, Kansas,
Obviously, I think one of the big challenges that we're hearing a lot about is what happens with religious freedom and religious rights. So I'm sure it becomes challenges to reconcile understandings of rights.
Okay, that's good enough.
Discriminate, that kind of thing.
No, stay with your group for a second. Stay with your group for a second. Let's do this. Let's see the group reporters stand up. The group reporters stand up. The reporters stand up. And please hurry because of time. And remember, I have only a few minutes remaining now. I'm waiting for somebody to stand at those groups here. Okay, group reporters, do me a favor quickly. Close your eyes, group reporters. And I'm glad I don't have my spear. You guys are great targets. Okay, now group reporters with your eyes closed, point at one person in your group at random. With your eyes closed, point at one person in your group at random. Just one person in your group, in your own group. Okay, keep pointing, keep pointing. Now with your hand pointing, open your eyes. You can sit down, you have selected the person to report. Okay, anybody in your group can report. Basically, just one, and because of time, we can't hear all of this. But I want to hear something from at least some of the groups here. So what are the challenges? What are some of the things you came up with? Just one per group, one thing. One thing per group, yes, yes.
people not educated about other religions.
People not educated about other religions. I grew up in Kenya. I was born and raised in a family of witch doctors. And I'm not saying rich. There's a difference between rich and witch doctors. So, witch doctors. And then my mother was Catholic. My mother was the only person with a religion in that home. She took me to Catholic church, got baptized there, went to Catholic high school. In Kenya, we used to have 6 years of high school that time. My last 2 years of high school, I was in a Muslim high school. My bed, we used to have double decker. I was up in there, and the guy there behind me, below there, was a Muslim. My PhD draft was edited by a Muslim from Sudan, who was in Wyoming, and he had gotten his PhD from Colorado, and he had brought his wife. And what these two men have shared here, the more you know about your own religion, the more you value other people's perspective. And basically, most of the times, just not having that knowledge, global knowledge of other religions, they are basic principles. Then I can, in fact, will start looking at them from different perspectives. Thank you for that. Another one. What do you guys come up with?
We kind of discussed kind of the telephone game concept
Yes.
where lack of education about religion can create stereotypes or
Yes.
issues that people don't understand because they've heard one thing instead of directly going to a source about information.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yes, same thing there. Okay. What about you guys here? Yes?
I think we were interested in the question of how religious freedom can conflict with other kinds of human freedoms.
Yes, how religious freedoms can conflict with other human freedoms. We will come there. And I think that will be a good discussion during the panel. Yes, okay.
We were talking about how not only the United States but around the world is currently expressing and experiencing constructs of ancient mythology, old stories, constructs that define race, class, gender, various civilizations, and the tensions of old constructs that don't serve a new people. We're not the same people as we were thousands of years ago.
Wow.
We're a different people, families of life, and our knowledge of humanity and human rights is
Okay, great points here, guys. What about your group?
Ours was similar to the others on lack of education.
Lack of education. And I think what you guys came up with is really the key, and that was really addressed here. I just want to share with you. I used to teach in Boise State, and one of the classes I developed was African Woman, Who is She? That was the title of the class, African Woman, Who was She? And again, because as I told you in my first program this morning, that my mother's, being brought up by a mother who is close to me and telling me her stories and how she was raised and how she was denied education really gave me a lot of interest in understanding, reading women dynamics all over the world. In fact, kind of just in any culture, whether it's memoirs of Gaisha or just learning the challenges of women in different perspectives. But I want to just give you an example here and then throw something else so that we can get to the final discussion. When I was teaching this class, I used to talk about really as Christianity brought more harm bills of human rights in Africa or anywhere, or what about Islamic? And I will bring something just, and for you to think, I'm just going to throw it there. I'm baptized Catholic when I was young, and then when I was in college, I thought I'd just come up and believe in God in my own way, so I called, normally my Americans will say born again. So, but the thing is, I was called Vincent. I mean, no, Nicholas. My mother called me Nicholas when I was young, baptized. And then when I was in high school, I had read a book by the name, the title of the book was The Power of Positive Thinking. You remember Power of Positive Thinking? And so basically I thought that was the best book ever to read, so I wanted the name of that person. So in Catholic they gave you something called confirmation. So I was confirmed and I became Vincent. So I chose Vincent. And then after I became born again, I came to America, and we were being baptized in Denver. And you can just imagine what I felt when, as I was being baptized, I was not given another name. I looked at this guy and I found out, wait a minute. And nobody was getting new names. Then it was, that time it occurred to me, actually all this, I don't want to use a language I can't use in front of my mother, but the thing is, all this naming of other people, calling people names that are not theirs. Actually, in fact, in Africa, they were used by Europeans during colonization so that they could use the names they could pronounce and also change the culture of these people. And the same thing with Islam. But Catholic, remember, I have to qualify here. Catholic, they give names regardless of where you are. But Protestants, they don't give names when they baptize. But in Africa, they did. They did. And so basically, you look at this and you realize that sometimes even subtle practices like that, a subtle practice like that can actually start, is some names better than other names? And names really, can somebody go to heaven using any name? Those are some things which we have to question. One other practice I would like to share with you was just what I talked about here. In the traditional African culture, and I was born and raised in African culture. In fact, some of you, like you and you guys, when I look at you and I realize that when you marry in America, you are not going to give your in-laws goats, I feel bad about that. That's not fair. When I was told that if my daughters get married in America, I'm not going to get goats. But I was told that even I have to pay for the wedding. Completely nonsense. I don't like it. Anyway, but the thing is, when I married in Africa, I did give goats. I gave goats. And I really, and I'm still giving goats. I'm educating children from my mother, from my wife's family. But the thing is, in the traditional setting, a girl was valued. When a man had daughters, he had a presence in the community. And then, because within actually, even the distribution of wealth was more than what Obama is called by Republicans trickling down economies. But the thing is, when you had daughters, you got married, and the people gave you animals or land, or gave you honey, and sometimes traditional beer. But those animals, they didn't stay with you. They went to where your sons were marrying. So when your sons got if I have a sister and she gets married, when the animals which are brought to us, they go to the other families when I get married. And basically we think sometimes in terms of purchasing, but in the traditional setting, it was not purchasing, it was building relationships. Why? Number one, when a girl was married, she went to another home, like in my case, my wife came to my place, and the children who are born in my relationship with my wife belong to my home in the traditional setting. And my wife's strength and the power will be used by my family and benefit my family. So take that traditional culture. We are talking about religious cultures and the human rights. Take that culture. And then we come to the Western religion and Islamic religion coming to Africa. And then you realize that and education in Kenya is very hard to separate education and religion because education was started by religious groups. And in fact, even this day, as today you go to Kenya, every single high school or elementary school, on the gate, you are going to see a Christian pass. If it's a Muslim area, you are going to see a Muslim pass. So it's just fascinating to go there. But the thing is, in our culture, the girl left her father's family and they stayed with the boy's family. When education came together with religion, a man realized that if I educate this person, he's going to leave and the government benefit another family. And if this man has limited resources and he has to make a choice to educate a son or a daughter who is going to stay, a son who is going to stay there and the of that family, or a daughter is going to be married and they have another family who is going to be educated. We are talking about really just simple practices, cultural practices, and how actually, in fact, they also bleed sometimes unconsciously or unintentionally to some actually attributes of human rights. And because, again, education should be everybody's right. And so we're looking at this. Otherwise, with that about, I would like us to open up for discussions now. What do they say in the Congress? I'll give my other minutes to my colleagues. Okay.
Excellent. Thank you so much for these very interesting presentations. And we do want to open up, I believe, for a question and answer. I do have a cordless microphone, and I will try to bring that around. Go with that.
I guess this is anybody from the panel. Education about religion seems to be a good idea to me, and I'm convinced of it. What concerns me is religious education, particularly madrasas, and maybe when somebody can address, what's really being taught there. Is it divisive? Is it inclusive? And what about this issue of evangelicals? Christian evangelicals going to Uganda, and basically convincing them to make homosexuality illegal. That's religious education, so I have concerns about this.
I can't speak for anyone in Uganda per se. Not really my area of expertise, but I study political Islam in different contexts and so on. Madrasas, the word madrasa actually in Arabic means school. So it has been politicized in my opinion, in terms of how it is used in the CNNs and the Fox News and the MSNBC-like type of stuff, right? So and it actually goes back to what some of the audience here suggested, that you hear a little bit and then there's a lot more production of knowledge that doesn't necessarily exist, that is attached to it. So we say madrasa, then all of a sudden Osama bin Laden is evoked, then Al-Qaeda is evoked, and so on. Actually, in my opinion, it's decontextualized and to actually provide the framework to contextualize whatever you want. So clearly religious education, that really, to me, it's really a brainwashing mechanism, be it in southern United States, in the be it in Seattle, where I live, be it in, be it in Afghanistan, Pakistan, and be it, again, or be it in Israel in terms of what different religious groups think about themselves, and they tend to actually create their own schools to teach these types of things. These things do exist in the United States. I mean, one of those documentaries that speak about something that happens in the United States that I think is quite significant is called Jesus Camp. I'm not sure if some have seen it. It's about young children who actually go to an annual camp, and then they're taught certain things that, in my opinion, are quite frightening. So these things do exist everywhere, unfortunately. Now, I think education, as I mentioned in my presentation, that I would expect that Putnam and Campbell think about it, is that once you know what other religions are all about, it fits within within the paradigm of diversity, that we are a nation that is made up of so many different people, and we somehow need to figure it out and live together. So, this is what I suggest, as opposed to, again, religious. You will not find me advocating for creating a madrasa, unless it is a purely regular school.
Thank you. Just to add to some of the points that he made from a more global sense, you have to not really, there are two sources of information that people get about other countries, right? One is education, and the other one is media. This is why the UN Alliance of Civilizations had a media presence. In fact, before I came, the other unique thing they had, and they still have, is a media literacy clearinghouse looking at best practices of educating kids particularly, but how to interpret things in the media. So that the media paints this picture of madrasas being the breeding grounds of terrorists. I mentioned the West Point studies done of pesantren, the madrasas in Indonesia, studies done of madrasas in India, have found that that's just not true. In fact, you may be surprised to hear that in some madrasas in India, the majority of students are in fact not Muslim, they are Hindu. Because it depends on what is being taught in the madrasa. Is the madrasa a school that teaches Islam only, or is it teaching secular subjects too? Because madrasas are just, that's the Arabic name for schools. If you are educated about your own religion, even if you're going to a madrasa that is teaching you about religion, when somebody comes to you and says, this is what the Quran says, and that person is actually not very educated, you can debate that person and say, this is not what the Quran says. And I'll give you, I was telling them a story about my own background. So I used to live in Syracuse. And I went and registered in the local church. I was even a lecturer there. And one day the priest wrote to me saying, we'll find it very difficult to conduct any of your rites because you have not been giving money. We've been sending you these envelopes, but you don't give any money. And I wrote back to him and I said, isn't there a passage in the Gospel of Matthew, I think, my memory is correct, which says, let not the right hand know what the left hand is doing. I did not grow up using my contributions to the church as a tax deduction or as a way for the church to know how much exactly I am giving, or for the church to then decide whether I was fit to be married or buried or whatever. But I knew that particular passage. He apologized to me and accepted the fact that I, was not going to. Now I do it because my in-laws are all accountants. They want a tax deduction. But the point being that it's what is taught in the madrasas that is important. And there was a study done by the World Bank of madrasas, for instance, in Bangladesh. And they found out that parents are more willing, for instance, to send female children to the madrasas rather than to the public schools, because they were comforted in knowing that the girls would not be, fall into immoral ways, or from an American point of view, my wife teaches high school. get distracted by all the romantic things that arise when your hormones are in full flow in high school. So the issue about Uganda, I think does raise this whole issue of, the restrictions that many countries want to actually put on foreign missionaries, but they're afraid of the huge outcry that it could create in the human rights areas.
I think you have covered that questions very well. Let's go to another question.
I don't have a question necessarily. I just have a comment about our neat little town of Pocatello here. The Muslims have, I don't know where the building is, but they have a small building that is so crowded, so they wanted to get out of that and build their own church. So the city councilor, someone called a town meeting to see if they should be allowed to buy this restaurant right across from the university, a Mexican restaurant that has been out of business for quite a while. People actually came to the town council and said, no, we don't want those people to have that building. It's too close to the university. Well, part of this is that there are so many students here who are Muslim, and they would have a convenient place to go to. Now, if a Protestant church had come in and asked if we could buy that building, I bet there wouldn't have been even a town meeting about it. We've got what was the name of the church? The Bible Church, University Bible Church here on the campus, and LDS has a huge building. Why, should there have been a problem? Luckily, it was voted down voted in that they can buy this building. Now that to me is a lack of education in Pocatello.
Thank you very much for that.
I think I can add on that. I don't think it's a lack of education in Pocatello. Actually, in fact, there's a lack of education everywhere. In Kenya last week, the former prime minister was kicked out of his own hometown. He had gone there because I think there was a Edo symbol or something, they want a statue or an image they wanted to elect, and he was called to officiate doing that. And actually, in fact, they kicked him out, and I think that thing has been put away. And so we are seeing this again all over the world, and again because of fear, not knowing more about the other religions. I took my son and some American friends last year in August to an Edo museum in Kenya, and they had their 10 principles. I don't know whether they were 10 or 12 beings there. And basically, when you look at them like that, besides just the language which is used, it's the same things which are being taught in the Bible. I mean, don't hurt other people, be nice to people. And so, it is interesting when we learn what the teachings of others are. Now, just to come to there, and you talked about some fundamentalists. I think we have to be careful, because sometimes when some things like that, which we think some other groups, foreign groups, are extremists, we point it out and say this is dangerous. But when the extremists are our own, we sometimes don't. And we must reach to a point where we have to call wrong, regardless of who is doing it. And I think that is also ironical, because again, I love American history and I love this country. I am a citizen by choice. I'm a citizen by choice. So, but sometimes when you look at it, you look at the extremists, sometimes we don't see it. It's amazing. I don't even know whether up to this day, the United States has ever actually taken KK as a terrorist group. And then we look at Nelson Mandela. Until 1997, I think 2007, Nelson Mandela was still listed as a terrorist in the books of the United States. Yes, until recently, Nelson Mandela was considered a terrorist. So basically what I'm just talking about is when we are looking at the dynamics of sensitive issues, is not really what are they doing, is what are we as a global family doing?
I think to add to that, I would say, what are we at the local level doing also?
Mm-hmm.
I have a Twitter account now called Friends of the UN Alliance of Civilizations, which is at Friends UNAOC. One of the things I do is document good practices in interfaith relations. And so just two that I can think about recently. One was, I'm not sure whether it was in Iowa or Tennessee, where a church actually provided the space for Muslims to perform their prayers, because the church was not being used as on Fridays, so they could provide the space. It's an act of a local congregation reaching out and making a difference at the local level. At the same time, you have a situation in, I think it was in the UK, where the Shomrim, which is this Jewish group, was actually guarding Muslim mosques because they were being attacked by a right-wing fundamentalist group. So these are the kind of acts at a local level that can be done, where you don't have to rely necessarily even on the local government, but it can be just people working together.
Thank you very much for your comments, madam. I think it was spot on in terms of what is happening nowadays in the United States, in particular, the construction of mosques, or even the attempt to actually construct a mosque in different communities, not only, again, Pocatello, but one particular case that really made it to the national stage is the Park 51 Cultural Center and Mosque. And unfortunately, it's dubbed as Ground Zero Mosque. In fact, it's a way further. I mean, it's New York blocks, about 5 or 6 blocks away. And I know exactly where that is located. So it's a little bit far, but it is, however, dubbed in a fashion to suggest that on the spot where 9/11 happened, a mosque will be constructed. To really inflame, in my opinion, a lot of anti-Muslim feeling, and would feed into this really chaotic, chaotic type of discourse, as I would like to call it, a new type of discourse that discriminates against Muslims in particular, but in addition to other ethnic and religious communities in the United States that don't happen to have a particular, which we all know about, I mean, not necessarily having a Protestant type of an identity is oftentimes perceived to be a threat, right? So the Park 51 Mosque is really created into a bigger national situation. The other big issue was Murfreesboro in Tennessee, in Tennessee, whereby a local community wanted to buy a piece of land and construct a big cultural center. A lot of the services that will be provided are for the local community, not only necessarily for Muslims per se, but for the entire community. The town meeting came and met to suggest that those quote-unquote, terrorists and foreigners, more or less, because this is perceived as a religion that isn't necessarily an American religion. It is oftentimes pushed to the fore. Whereas in my presentation, as I suggested, this is as important of a religion as Protestantism in itself, in my opinion. All religions, in my opinion, are all the same. So, but, there isn't one religion that is more legitimate than the other in the eyes of the law, in the eyes of the community, in my opinion. So if anyone wants to open whichever church they want to open across the street from my house, I will contribute money to open it, because I understand the importance of having these types of institutions in local communities. It increases their civic engagement, and it's quite significant for the overall community, not only for that religious or ethnic community. Now, going back to Murfreesboro, Tennessee situation, the meeting in the city hall really was open, literally open to everybody. About 400 people spoke, apparently, okay, against it. And then they actually sued some of the members of the community, private funds, sued the city for even having the idea to accept that type of a proposal for even discussion. So in the conversations that they were having in the courtroom, one of the lawyers who was speaking on behalf of the people who are against the building of the mosque, said one of the biggest problems is that this city is a little too small for this type of a mosque, and it would create a lot of congestions in the street. So he goes and gets a city-hired consultant who usually consults for roads, for streets and planning, or whatever. There's apparently a position in every city. To take care of parking spots and whatnot in local communities. So they bring this gentleman and they put him on the bench to actually to be a witness, an expert witness. So literally the first question that this person asked, not about whether or not the creation of this big or this small type of a building or a mosque would create or increase or decrease the congestions in the area. But the first question that he was asked by the lawyer is, do you believe that Islam is a religion? He said, well, it's not my area, it's not what I do, I do planning. And he said, but let me ask you a question. If a religion advocates for violence, of course that's questionable. If a religion advocates for violence and it's not a true religion, it should be considered as a cult. As such, they are not under the First Amendment. So we should actually be able, justifiably, basically, beat them up, okay, if not kill them, in a sense. And as such, the petition would have to be rejected. And of course, that's absolutely ridiculous. We all understand that this is a dangerous type of a situation. I am very happy that I am in Pocatello now, that something to that effect, that people now understand the importance of allowing the opportunity for different communities. I mean, of course, after all, we are in a community that is by and large has a particular religious identity that is not necessarily favorable throughout the United States, and we all understand that, right? So if Mormons want to look at the question of Muslims, they really have to understand that this is a similar type of situation that the Muslims are going through in this country. This country has a very long history of discriminating against ethnic, religious, and groups. It's a very long history. We can go on one by one, but it has existed for quite some time. This isn't anything new. It just so happens that Muslims now are in the corner. Okay, Jews were in the corner. Mormons were in the corner. Okay, other, Italian Catholics, of course, even German Catholics, Italian Catholics, exactly, and Irish Catholics, of course. So I'm very glad you brought up that point, and this is a much larger problem, not only in Pocatello. I mean, I think it has something to do with the idea of education, and I think we need to reach out to the furthest communities to actually address these types of problems, and actually to tell them, what is, that different religions, are just like yours in a sense. So, and we can, there's so many different ways by which they can do it, and I think the United Nations has done some work there that is on a global level that is quite significant, but something similar to that within the borders of the United States is quite significant in my opinion.
I think we have time for one more quick question and then just some brief response before we wrap up.
Yeah, I'm reminded of the situation going on in Oklahoma City, right, where there's sort of pretend neutrality. Oh, we paid for the Ten Commandments on the courthouse yard, and therefore it's neutral and should be allowed in. And now suddenly the Church of Satan wants to build a privately built thing right near it, and suddenly it's a different question entirely. That's what a lot of that reminds me of. The other thing I was reminded of with the first Dr. Dana yours is that you strip away a lot of the identifiers. And those same questions were asked in 1928 and in 1960 about whether or not the Catholic Church doctrine is incompatible with the Constitution. And in fact, the KKK sort of succeeded themselves into irrelevance by taking on, in 1928, the anti-Al Smith campaign, anti-Catholicism, anti-papism, basically. And similar efforts in 1960, when Kennedy won by a razor-thin margin, and religion did play a role. So I was reminded of how many of those questions would have been relevant for Catholics in 1960, or, I mean, if they can be asked about Muslims now, why can't they be asked about Catholics now? And it's because, they're sort of putting a thumb on the scale. So I'll raise my voice to something, a question.
I mean, if I may add a couple of things, there within, different religious groups and different ethnic and religious groups in the United States, you have something called incorporation, acculturation, integration, and assimilation. All four processes are different. The most important one that we care about at this point is the idea of incorporation, which really suggests that the local community would accept the newcomers in a sense. So the newcomers acculturate as such, adapting to living that particular new lifestyle in a sense. And then the question of incorporation. Catholics are incorporated, right? Most other religions are incorporated in a sense. So, with the exception of Muslims and to a lesser extent, the Latter-day Saints. So there's a whole lot of discourse that needs to be addressed in my opinion, in terms of that question of incorporation and acculturation. So Catholics, by and large, are accepted in this country. Okay, I mean, of course, there's a long history of discrimination against them, and John F. Kennedy said, I'm Catholic, and it was a big situation back in the day. But then, again, this is an ongoing process, and as you suggested, this is anything.
Dr. Dana, did I see a chart that you had that showed that Sunni and Shia are worshiping in the same mosque? in the U.S.?
Yeah, well, that's a good question. Some mosques are non-denominational, quote unquote, but without necessarily use of that particular word. So they accept all types of Muslims. So there's Sunni and Shia. These are the two major sections or within Islam, or sects within Islam. But then there are other variations within that. So there are some that are non-denominational. There are ones that are exclusively for a particular ethnic religious sect in a sense, and there are some that are not. But by and large, in major cities, we find that non-denominational taking place more so than other places. I mean, the only place where you have a purely Shia mosque is actually Oklahoma City. Okay. It's for a reason. It's because the immigration went into that. A lot of immigration from the late 1970s and early 1980s, they went into Oklahoma for that reason. So it's a particular religious identity from a particular country.
Thank you.
All right, I want to thank our panelists for their excellent comments, and let's give them a big hand. I think we're off to lunch at various places, so pay attention to the schedule. See you back here after lunch. Thank you.
Great job. Great job.
Mic check, mic check. Check mic. He's got an STD.
Thank you.
You know, you walk past my house. I live at 518 South 6th, and I've seen you walk past my house a few times. I got to run down and get out my lawn. So, but I know I read it. I'm Sue. Nice to meet you. So do you just kind of generally in that area? Or the birds able to do that?
Yeah, no. Where are the students?
Yeah, that's right, we're the students.
Do you have that chart for like
Last year, there were students. A lot of students.
So, you know, to me, like, coming out here so easy, you know, I can.
I'm trying to get it all
Break it up, come back.
Harass them.
Mustang girl, before we had state parks. Long time ago.
Well, today really feels like spring now.
I need to, I really need to get
Hey, Priscilla.
There is a career fair downstairs.
Oh, wow.
So that was
But I mean, advertising.
Never could keep it in a paper.
No way.
Yeah, I think they just didn't get it.
Finally, act kind of got them into the Navy, but it didn't do well there either. So now,
You have to do it pretty quick.
let us know he's arrested for posting.
Such is life.
I'll put that on my evaluation. All right.
no. She said, you know, I'm going to give you a thought on points because you put so much effort into it.
I reinvigorated mine.
Yeah, that used to be Tim Bistro, yeah. I remember, one time, I was very blessed, and we were at school, and we had hang high, and it was $2 more,
Let
and
everybody
whatever, all
to be
those
a
things
hands
were,
on.
but it was one, and I'm crying because.
Yeah, I did that
was
one
like,
paragraphs,
"This
I'm like, I have no
is
idea what I'm
Christina, it was like, why am I looking at
Here's
this?
some stuff.
This is a terrible show. What am I doing here? Oh. It's hard to believe. I mean, I understand that we shouldn't be transportation, but I just look at the things we've done for our fellow men, and I just don't understand.
My next show, but the one after that, I'm gonna have people on. We're gonna have a
He's having a discussion with a friend about how
non-discrimination.
I don't understand.
I'm gonna try and get a couple people on from this side.
I understand crimes of passion, and I don't understand.
That should be making it a lot more interesting.
Yeah, you know, I can understand shooting somebody you know. I mean, it doesn't make it right for you, but
And I can't even vote with
but I sure don't understand.
Yes.
I ran, I just
said
happened
that some people were missing.
Yeah, the speakers are, you gotta know where the speakers are.
It's outrageous. I mean, it's a panel. I think at least one of them would be here. That's ridiculous. Yeah. It's a real stretch.
I just, I don't get it. Don't get it.
If you don't have an audience, what do you need speakers for?
Well, you know, we're in Yellowstone. We really have a lot of people that we have sex with.
Right, this is gonna go on right across the street.
Well, we start presentation
That's so
next week.
many
Lunch, we have to go.
one of our friends.
That's where they want to
today.
Yeah,
Just
they
having
go.
hearing of this discussion, so
My presentation
it's
is
time to have some form of bubonic.
Well,
So, every
Adults get flu shots and everybody's dying from them.
Yeah, you know, but, I don't know if it's a lack
yeah,
of
then you're done. And then there's no worrying about what grade you got.
And they were concerned that it would bring rulers back when they were about 12, and, you know, some people were about to still in the fields, you know, to try to level.
Special thanks to the raised children of colleges, in the fall month.
But it'll be good to see some of these.
I'm just looking for special
they just gave money.
So, yeah. But I'm
How,
wondering if they might have
debates all the time. The pros and
Ah.
Well, it grew it. I don't know.
So he thinks we're
Yeah, there's also.
Isn't that good part? Bridge isn't far either.
Oh, yeah, sure, Butterbirds, and they were around.
You have Butterbirds.
I know. No, it's, I don't even, it's very funny.
It's a new sandwich place.
Yeah,
that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Well, I have the right friend, so, you know.
Yeah, I was fine.
I have a hard time understanding why we allow to allow.
Well, I just got Netflix and I found out the Firefly's on Netflix.
Yeah.
And I just finished House of Cards. It's an amazing show. It just keeps getting everything. Like you think you've done it too, but oh, I haven't watched all of it.
It's very frightening how many rights he has. Congress gave George Bush, but rights they gave him. I was reading that also. I mean, I don't know why I read this stuff because all it does is cost me a fortune. You know, but it could happen anytime. I agree, but it's only during unusual circumstances. It's not the thing. It's like, are you insane?
You know, I.
I just realized I'm not trying very hard.
Up there on.
I'm set for next year.
All you have to do is
Yeah.
Doing something on the school. Can't paint, but anyhow. Oh, you're right.
It was weird. I was doing dishes in my apartment. My phone started ringing. I'm like,
And I like it.
like, hey, this is your wife. Do we look up for you? I should say. I'm like, oh my God. And it just starts spouting off all this information. Like, oh yeah, the letter will come. Like we have our, admissions visit in May or March.
I remember something I can get out of Right, yeah, right, life.
Yeah. It's amazing how riled up we get over stuff. That's the part that bothers me.
What are you going
I mean, I find myself getting riled up.
you want to walk? I have a lot of friends who are up there, they're undergraduates. I'm not looking for coffee drinker, but I might have to. Yeah.
And I do. I mean, I just don't do creative stuff.
Well, I had to stop drinking caffeinated sodas before last semester, but then I would take 5 classes and then everybody else had. So that ended completely. Downing out
Middle class. With a middle class that developed the values in the family because they didn't have good jobs, they had married relatives.
Plus, it's go over to Seattle on a weekend and things like that.
And I did too. But it was, and I said that because of the death of the middle class, that we're not getting our families.
Well, luckily I'm pretty
Values.
So I have felt that for a long time. Value my family, I guess.
do it from there, or are you gonna do it from here?
Probably up from there.
Okay.
Let me
Okay. Anybody cares? Chelsea and Real Madrid are both winning. Oh. Sure. Yeah.
Well, I have to shoot into that lady's head again. I think it would be wonderful.
Okay. I'm just afraid I'm going to be in the middle of the screen.
Oh, well.
Right here? Okay.
Yeah, sure. Either way, and you can stand at the podium and speak. Or
Okay.
Just yeah. Can we have you as no? Okay.
On the original
Mhm.
schedule, but the one I got
Oh,
today.
thank you.
We
Appreciate that.
did I do this time? Yeah.
That's on till Friday. No, I can if you want me to, but I saw on the schedule, that's Friday.
So are you speaking here?
I guess so. I think we're going to use that. I can do whatever's best.
I just think, because we had the person who was sitting here, we had because the person who was sitting here.
Ah, yeah.
Getting a shot at that.
Yeah, I gotcha.
I'll do it. Sure, I'll do it. I didn't bring my paper, but I'll run my, Sure, I'll do it.
You can say no.
Let's do it. Thank you.
Okay.
Just so it's, I mean, I don't want it to be
We'll begin in just a couple minutes. We're running a little bit behind right now.
And we heard that about 20 minutes ago.
I know, I'm sorry. It was good.
Of course.
Is one of these yours? I'm assuming no.
I haven't, yeah, I haven't.
What's the Permian Basin?
Permian is sort of geological time period. So we're West Texas.
In your West Texas.
All the oil comes from us.
I have an older daughter that is a geologist and works for the National Park Service at the Chemical National Park.
Okay.
Would she be a Permian?
Yeah, I think that encompasses the basin. The Permian Basin is either, depending on who you talk to, either as big as West Virginia or as big as Indiana.
So the university is actually, it's called Permian.
No, it's University of Texas of the Permian Basin. So rather than University of Texas at Odessa, they called it Permian Basin. It's a mouthful. West Texas.
Where?
West Texas, Midland, Odessa. 5 hours west of Dallas, 4 hours east of El Paso.
Yeah, okay, that's okay. Her park is in between.
Between us and El Paso, sort of, but southwest. Yeah. Yeah.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Frank Church Symposium. Sorry we're running a little bit late today. My name is Jessica McBean and I am the host chair for the International Affairs Council. And today, this afternoon, we have our second panel. It is entitled Democratization and Human Rights Abuses. And on this panel, we have three delegates, Dr. Derek Katzum, Dr. Royce Hudson, and Dr. Chandra Silva. Dr. Derek Katzum is an associate professor of history at the University of Texas, and he received his BA from Williams College, his MA from the University of North Carolina, Charlotte, and his PhD from Ohio University. He also spent a year as a postgraduate student at Rhodes University in Grahamstown, South Africa, where he was a Rotary Fellow. He is also an author and is currently working on a book on the topic of bus boycotts. He has also written about African affairs for the New York-based Foreign Policy Association and has contributed columns on both American and African politics to many publications. He also loves Boston sports teams.
Go Red Sox.
Dr. Royce Hudson is an assistant professor in the School of Social Work at Boise State University. He received his BS from Loyola University, an MSW from the University of Georgia, and a PhD in social welfare from the University of Wisconsin-Madison. He has also taught at Wayne State University and spent a year as a visiting professor at Lebanese American University in Beirut. His work has been presented to numerous governments around the world on topics related to armed conflict, human rights abuses, social exclusion, and poverty. He is also a specialist in these issues in relation to the United States, Haiti, Lebanon, and the Palestinian refugee camps. Dr. Silva was a delegate with us last year, and we would like to welcome her back. And we are very appreciative for her returning to be a delegate again this year. She teaches history and gender studies courses at BSU, and she received a BS from Boise State, her MS from Minnesota State University, and her PhD in American Studies from Washington State University. Her primary research areas are in 20th century U.S. history, with an emphasis on the faces and spaces in the history of social movements, including feminism, labor unions, civil rights, peace, and issues of environmental justice. Each delegate will speak for about 10 to 15 minutes, and then we'll have an opportunity for answers and questions and answers. So if you could hold your questions until the end, that would be great. And we look forward to hearing from our delegates.
Okay. It's really nice to be here. This is my first time ever in Idaho, so it's been very nice, and the conference is very well run. I wish my students were as efficient as the ones working here.
My talk is called Of Rainbows, Bees, and Bricks, South Africa 20 Years After Apartheid. And I put forward the proposal before Madiba passed away in December. And obviously that sort of made me rethink the way that I was approaching this, and I've thought a lot about Mandela. He was ill for a while. In fact, when I was there in June and July is when he went back into the hospital, and a lot of the newspapers and magazines were putting big features on him because they thought he wasn't going to make it. But he was a tough old man. And obviously, you know, in the process of memorializing Mandela, you saw a lot of myth-making. And you don't really need the myth-making around someone as important as Mandela. His middle name was actually Groleshlasla, which means tree shaker or troublemaker. And so they kind of knew from the outset. He was born in the Eastern Cape in a little village called Kunu. And he was a Xhosa from the Tembu royal family. Possibly born into greatness, although not in segregated and in apartheid South Africa. He got his first sort of notoriety when he went to the native school at Fort Hare, which is now the University of Fort Hare, and he started a strike over the quality of the food in the dining halls. And I have to say the worst meal I've ever had in my life was at Fort Hare, so maybe they didn't improve it as much as he hoped that they would. But he got himself in trouble, he got himself sent home. But eventually he got his degree and he went on and became a lawyer, where he moved to Johannesburg. And when he moved to Johannesburg, Mandela had a couple of features that would not have necessarily made you think that he was going to be the serious person that he would become. His two biggest interests were probably, in maybe not in this order, fashion and girls. And Mandela was very dapper. He appropriated what was known as the American style, very flashy suits as he was a lawyer. But he fell into a group of people, Walter Sisulu, Oliver Tambo, and others who joined the ANC Youth League, which was newly formed in the early 1940s. And they looked at the direction of the African National Congress and thought that it was going a bit too tepidly. And they began to challenge the hierarchy of the ANC, and they came to be known as the Young Turks, who challenged the existing power structure. And in fact, they became the leaders of the ANC. The ANC Youth League effectively took over the ANC and almost immediately went to work in setting in motion what would be the anti-apartheid movement. The National Party came to power in 1948, in no small part over divisions over the entry into World War II. And Mandela and Sisulu and Tambo sort of climbed up through the ranks. They started the Defiance Campaign in the early 1950s, which was a series of sit-ins and protests and boycotts. They also were central, although not alone, in what would be known as the Charter Movement, the Freedom Charter, which is the document that says that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white, which is very much a non-racial view of the world in a country that had been deeply racialized by the National Party after they rose to power in 1948. Because of the Freedom Charter, which if you read it is hardly a radical document, Mandela and 145 other people were accused of treason. And the treason charges are obviously quite serious, as in most places treason charges carry with them a sentence of death. None of the accused are found guilty. And the trials last for several years. Nonetheless, you got a sense of the direction that the National Party was quite clearly taking. In the wake of the March 21st, 1960 shootings at Sharpeville, in which 69 people were shot dead, 180 or more wounded, the overwhelming majority of them shot in the back and in the sides, the African National Congress and other organizations, including the Pan-Africanist Congress, realized that the nonviolent approach to the South African problem wasn't going to be effective. And Mandela looks at Sharpeville and recognizes just what a big moment it is, what it means to be up against a state that's willing to do that kind of thing. And so he's central to the formation of an organization called Umkhonto weSizwe, which in Zulu means Spear of the Nation, and will become the armed wing, the wing of armed resistance for the African National Congress. Meanwhile, Mandela was also earning a reputation because of his leadership of MK and his ability to sort of sneak across borders, which was illegal. Didn't have a passport and couldn't have gotten one in the South African context anyways, as the Black Pimpernel. And the state's chasing him all over, and they finally arrest him outside of Rivonia in 1963. In 1964, he goes to trial, and probably the most famous words he ever spoke were the famous Mandela speech from the dock, a very long speech in which he justified everything that he was doing. And the most famous lines are, "I have fought against white domination, and I have fought against black domination. I've cherished the ideal of a democratic and free society in which all persons live together in harmony and with equal opportunities. It is an ideal which I hope to see realized, but my Lord, if needs be, it is an ideal for which I am prepared to die." Now, Mandela wasn't a Martin Luther King type of speaker. He spoke in a very deliberate, abrupt way. Now, naturally, I wonder how well MLK would have spoken in Xhosa, so it's probably fair enough. But the words are so unbelievably powerful. And the authorities were smart enough to know that even though they convicted him of treason, that they were going to give him a life sentence rather than make him a martyr, which, is lucky for the rest of us. He would, of course, spend 27 years in prison. And he would, while he'd be the leader of the ANC, he wouldn't necessarily be the legend during the time of imprisonment until the 1980s. In the 1980s, you began to have the emergence of the Free Mandela campaign. Images of Mandela were illegal to distribute in South Africa, would get you arrested, so no one knew what he looked like. No one knew any words of his because the Freedom Charter, his speeches were all illegal. They only existed underground. And so in some ways, Mandela throughout the 1970s was a bit obscure during a time period when the anti-apartheid struggle goes somewhat quiescent. But then in the winter in South Africa, the summer in the US of 1976, a group of students in the Soweto schools, the Soweto is the southwest townships, southwest of Johannesburg, started protesting the government's implementation of Afrikaans as a means of instruction in the schools. And that would turn into the Soweto uprising. And really, after Soweto, most everything changed. The 1980s were a brutal, ruthless, ugly decade in South African history, really reaching a nadir in the period from about 84 to 87, a really horrible, horrible time period in South African history. And the state kind of realized that it was losing its grip on apartheid, and so they started the process of negotiating with Mandela. And one of the conditions they kept trying to apply, whether it was P.W. Botha, whose nickname in Afrikaans was De Groot Krokodil, which means the old crocodile, and that fit him quite appropriately. When he went to negotiate with Mandela, or to open up negotiations silently, no one in the country would have known it except for a handful, one of the conditions was to disavow violence. And once the offer came out publicly, Mandela's daughter read a statement from him that said that, let's let the state disavow violence. Let's let the apartheid state, let's let the National Party disavow violence before we would. And Mandela never did disavow violence until after the transition was complete. As most of you know, in 1990, de Klerk legalizes the ANC, the PAC sort of unbans them, frees Mandela, who walks out of Victor Verster prison, and the country goes into a really rough period for a couple of years. A great deal of violence, much of it perpetuated or fomented by the state, even so-called and mislabeled black-on-black violence in Natal, which was in many ways fomented between the Inkatha Freedom Party and the African National Congress. The Inkatha Freedom Party believed in a sort of federalist approach in which KwaZulu, Zululand, would be its own separate nation, or at least have its own autonomy in terms of self-governance, and was sometimes seen, somewhat unfairly, but was sometimes seen as an ally of the apartheid state. But throughout 1991, de Klerk announces the repeal of most of the pillars of apartheid, most of the apartheid laws. Mandela is officially named president of the ANC, and you begin to have the meeting of an organization called CODESA, which is a Convention for a Democratic South Africa. And that's where you have the negotiation process that leads to the 1994 elections on the 27th and 28th of April. And an interim constitution would take effect, and on the 10th of May, Nelson Mandela would rise to the presidency. So there's a very, very, very quick history of apartheid. From that point on, of course, you're in a brave new world, not only in South African history, but really in African history. One of the big issues that the ANC is dealing with is the question of reconciliation, of how to reconcile the country's sordid, long, violent, ugly history. And one of the paths by which they did that was the establishment of the National Unity and Reconciliation Act, which established the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And although there had been examples prior to this of TRCs in Chile and Argentina and elsewhere, the South African model really becomes the one that takes, because it offers the opportunity for amnesty. And there were actually two kinds of hearings. One were the victims' hearings, which could be brutal to hear, just absolutely brutal. And they were held over the course of a couple of years. And then there were the amnesty hearings. And the amnesty hearings had a certain level of requirements, including that one must tell the truth, that their actions must have been political, and there had to be a certain level of proportionality. Well, the TRC was really one of Mandela's, as ambivalent as many of us are about it, one of his great legacies in this process of sort of developing reconciliation. Certainly Mandela, as president, in some ways had a mixed record. It's no matter how much homage we want to pay to Mandela, no matter how great a man he was, no matter how great a leader he was, for example, he fell short on the question of AIDS. Absolutely did little, although in his post-presidential career he did an enormous amount to help with the AIDS crisis in the part of the world that was most heavily hit by it. However, on a whole host of other issues of government service, he had a record that really is remarkable, except by the standards that some believe that Mandela's coming to power would have. Building about a million houses for South Africans, providing potable water within close range of virtually all South Africans, provision of greatly enhanced electricity, and so forth. And not to mention, of course, South Africa's role in Africa, because South Africa was long seen as sort of, the phrase was always a polecat among nations. And Mandela helped to rehabilitate that in some really interesting ways without sort of being soft-hearted or soft-headed. And I'll talk more about that in a second. It's also worth pointing out that Thabo Mbeki, who was deputy president for Mandela and who would go on in 1999 to become president, was in many ways running the government on a day-to-day basis, running the office of the executive. And that's certainly worth pointing out. One of the ways that the South African government tried to deal with the disparities of wealth and income and opportunity between white South Africans and black-colored and Indian South Africans was a policy known as B, Black Economic Empowerment, which was to help Africans, colored, Indian, and Chinese, in some cases, depending on when they arrived in the country, in a form of sort of affirmative action. And B is controversial in some ways. It certainly has been effective in helping to create a fairly broad black middle class, but the question has been, how much help has it been for the masses of South Africans who continue to suffer intractable poverty in many areas, and despite the way the sort of rumors play out, are the biggest victims of the violence that white South Africans usually have made a popular cause or crusade. The other maybe greatest contribution that Mandela made was simply by virtue of stepping down. There's a long history in post-liberation Africa, and I'll talk more about it tomorrow when I talk about human rights in Africa, of big men not stepping down once they gain power, sort of believing that they are the one true leaders of the country, that they'd led through liberation, that they deserve to continue to lead until they reach some sort of a promised land. And usually it ended with either tremendous violence or there have been so many coups across the continent, and they're seeing one north of the Limpopo, for example, with Robert Mugabe, as just one example among many. And Mandela stepped down in 1999, and the ANC ran again, and they won overwhelmingly, and Thabo Mbeki became president. And Mbeki is in many ways a tragic figure, because he wasn't a particularly great president, even though he had been so vital for the transition, even though he had been so vital as Mandela's deputy, and really deserves credit for that. But he was also unpopular within the ANC. And since the ANC wasn't going to go anywhere at a party conference in Polokwane 2007 in December, Thabo Mbeki was basically removed from his position as president of the ANC. And president of the ANC had traditionally gone hand in hand with the power of the government more generally. I'm getting the 1 minute mark, so I'll try to speed it up. Jacob Zuma would take over after Mbeki was ultimately deposed as president in 2008. Kgalema Motlanthe was interim president for a couple of months. And actually, one wonders, he might have done a really fine job. Zuma was unfortunately a particularly problematic figure. He got off on rape charges for which he was almost certainly guilty. And he has overseen a great deal of, if not outright corruption, at least dubious practices. Of course, some of the current challenges that South Africa faces, in addition to the economic problems, are its role in the world. It's just joined onto the BRICS coalition, Brazil, Russia, India, and China, and now the S is South Africa, even though it's by far the smallest economy of those, in an effort to sort of reach out globally and sort of forge a coalition outside of the Western powers. But South Africa is also problematic within Africa in some ways, because it is so clearly much more powerful than just about anybody else, economically, culturally, politically, and so forth. You're all probably familiar with the attempts to use sporting diplomacy. The 1995 International Rugby Board World Cup, which was held in South Africa, and the Springboks won, and Mandela embraced them, and you know, you might have seen the rather simplified, but still useful, I suppose, Clint Eastwood movie. The FIFA World Cup in 2010, which was a sport much closer to South African hearts and African hearts more generally, and the question of whether or not to get the Olympics. And I'll close out on just a couple more points. One is that the ANC is actually facing challenges in this year's election. The Democratic Alliance is the official opposition party. The Congress of the People, or COPE, rose up in the last elections and then flamed out. A group called Economic Freedom Fighters, which is led by a fellow by the name of Julius Malema, who is the ANC Youth League leader who is trying to model himself over the Tambo Sisulu Mandela model, and he's his own little tree shaker. Definitely problematic. And a party called Agang, which is Rempela Mpele's party, and she was Steve Biko's partner. And that holds some promise. I still would argue, though, that the main challenge to the ANC will become if there's ever a fracturing within the ANC tripartite coalition, which includes COSATU, which is the Congress of South African Trade Unions, the South African Communist Party, the SACP, sort of those splintering away on the left and leaving the ANC to sort of fight it out. I think that's the most likely way. And obviously, you know, Mandela's death colors a great deal of this. And with the 2014 elections coming up, it's going to be a really intriguing year, because the ANC is almost certainly going to win, but they might end up losing the Western Cape again, which they've never controlled outright since 1994. And that's obviously where Cape Town is, as well as Gauteng, which is the province of the so-called Pia Via Fia, the Pretoria Witwatersrand Vereniging area, which is Joburg, Pretoria, Soweto, and so forth. And that would make for a really interesting politics in South Africa, where everything's about politics, including those things that seem not to be.
Hello. Today, I would like to talk to you about the meta. Anybody in here heard of the meta? Have you? Been to the website?
I have.
Okay. I'd like to talk to you about the meta movement. Really as a social movement. You can't hear me?
No.
I'll find that a surprise. I have a long history of speaking to large audiences because there's a fire in the belly that reaches out. I'd like to talk to you about the meta movement. And for myself, the primary premise of the meta movement is it really speaks to the moment, that point of encounter between basic needs and human rights. The meta is a simple statement that has emerged out of a long lineage, a long history of great thinkers, perhaps Ashoka in the year 300, maybe even Lao Tzu, who introduced this concept of the Tao, and other traditions, particularly in the East. But at the intersections of East and West, the meta is a statement of basic rights that is making a sweeping spread all around the world. The meta is a statement about the stuff of life, that all beings should have clean air to breathe, and fresh water to drink, and food, and a home, and someone to share love with. That all beings have a right and a purpose and a life-fulfilling promise that we came here with to fulfill our purpose. I want to talk to you about that. That all beings have a right to be well and happy and free from suffering, And certainly this concept of suffering is situated within the Dharma of the Buddha and the Four Noble Truths, that there is suffering in the world, there's causes of suffering, and there's a way out of suffering. Final statement within the metta is that, I'm going to do what I can to bring this to fruition. The word metta itself is actually probably a pre-Pali word. It's not so much within Sanskrit, but probably pre-Pali. It simply means kindness. Metta is a wish, a sharing, and a gift for others. The metta itself is a statement providing for the basic needs of all beings. Everybody needs food and water and home. Yes? Is there anybody in here that got up this morning and said, "Whew, I hope nobody loves me today"? Or, "I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't need that."
Bill O'Reilly?
My nemesis. It is hardly an esoteric statement. It's not a philosophy. It's not a platitude. It is not situated with any particular religion. It speaks to what it means to be a true human being. I'll talk to you more tomorrow within human rights and women's activisms about the difference between a human being and a humanoid. I'll invite you to think about, which are you? Which do you want to be? And which do you value? The metta speaks to a more humane and loving world because it's all about what is the good for all beings. The metta is a new story. It's a new mythology for our time. It's one that includes the planet and all beings on the planet, because no one, nowhere, no thing, no being, no sentient being is independent or lives within a vacuum, independent of all of the other experiences of the planet, and food and water and sacrifice, and life gives its life so that other life can live. The metta is a platform on which all ecological and social movements may stand. It highlights a we consciousness about unity and relationship. The metta promotes a worldview that can free us from the grip of the industrial growth society. For when we draw our thoughts, our words, our deeds, our actions, our principles and policies from the metta, things would look very different indeed. It means kindness, one of the highest expressions of human beingness. Kindness. Think about that. You value it when it is delivered upon you. You feel good when you deliver that upon others. Where there's no access to food or water or a life of value and purpose, where people live within the fear of violence in their lives, then, the attributes, the good qualities of our humanness are greatly reduced. If you could recall from Maslow's hierarchy of needs, if you're very concerned about survival, the likelihood that your contemplations on self-actualization and the highest and best good of your human beingness expressing itself are probably not so much a reality. Certainly the maltreatment of the natural world and its impoverishment leads to a diminishingness of our humanness. It is indeed related to the outbursts of violence in society, when it's greed and me and I need and I want, and these folks are disposable, these folks are marginalized, we are apathetic and indifferent to these folks. About greed. The metta advocates using our most powerful tools of love and kindness for personal, ecological, and social transformation. All beings need fresh air. Yes? Is there anybody in here that does not value fresh air? I had a friend who returned from China last week. She has been teaching English in Baoji. And she tells me that the inversion condition for which the Boise Treasure Valley experiences, like 2 weeks. I mean, I've been in Boise for 20 years. I have never seen an inversion. Gray, no sun, real stinky, hard to breathe for 2 weeks in the Boise Treasure Valley. My friend who came from China said it's that way every day. Most people are wearing masks every single day. Children can hardly breathe. We all need fresh air. Yes? Absolutely. We'll be in a world of hurt without it. Everybody needs fresh, clean water to drink. Yes? Children die when they don't have good water. Animals suffer greatly. I was talking to a friend who said the World Bank vice president provided this quote. He said, if the wars of this century were fought over oil, then the wars of the next century are going to be fought over water. That is really serious when you think about how critical and how vital water is to life, all life. What would happen without that? Who owns it? Who has access to it? How would you feel without it? If you are very, very thirsty, you are going to know the value of water. How long do you think you could go without water? You ever seen children who die very slowly without water? And mamas in countries all throughout Africa and other parts of the world where they walk for many, many miles to carry what is available and possible for them to cart on their head, on their back, and other ways. Absolutely. It's modern technological convenience for sure that most places around the world even have water delivered directly to their dwelling spaces. Most of us in here would probably not have a problem finding water, even if it was in my neighbor's hose. But some way. Water is really good. In 2005, I had the opportunity to meet His Holiness the Dalai Lama. He came to give a Dharma talk in Sun Valley, Idaho. Anybody there? It was so fascinating. He's a funny guy. You know, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the 14th Dalai Lama. He laughs easily. He goes like that. There were 10,000 people in the Wood River Valley of the high school, and the organizers created a lottery that allowed for about 5 or 6 people to go to a microphone on either side of this big stage where the Dalai Lama was giving this talk. Now, if you had a chance to talk to the Dalai Lama, what might you ask him, do you suppose? Something really good, not should I buy that car, or not those kinds of things. But speakers went to the microphone, and the one speaker said, what is the basis for obtaining a good quality of life? You know, what is required for one to have a good quality of life? And the Dalai Lama said, he was like that. He said, you need fresh, clean water to drink. Like, oh yeah, I've been saying that for years. The other thing he said is, you need sleep. He goes like that. I just picked this because it's really cute. I have to tell you that I created this slideshow from pictures that I have saved over the years to my laptop. Every time I see something, I'm like, oh, that's so cute. I save it. I save it. I save it. I have pictures of children. I have pictures, all kinds of pictures. And I save them, and I thought, you know what? The real message I wish to share with you regarding the meta is that where our values rest, what we love is where we should contribute. And I love these pictures. I believe in the meta as a mission, a vision, an opportunity for great things to happen around the world. And I thought I would share my pictures with you. We're going to create some time here. This is Thich Nhat Hanh. He is a visionary and a voice, certainly within and behind the meta movement. This is a very powerful quote. Water sustains all life, absolutely. I like this quote by Norman Borlaug. He was a Nobel Peace Prize winner who developed these high-yielding crop varieties. And he says, you know what? Cultivate fields to produce food. Otherwise, there will be no peace. Now, there's a familiar face, as well as a familiar story. Mother Teresa is once quoted as telling a story about how she'd heard about a family that didn't have any food, and she went to their home and provided them with food. And the first thing that the mama of the house did was split it in two and take some to her neighbors, for which Mother Teresa is quoted as saying, well, what did you do that for? And she says, because they're hungry also. I think there are a few things more shocking and egregious than to see children in the most devastating spaces of suffering because their basic needs are not met. It's a very powerful quote, and save us a little time here. Okay, here's another one from my collection, that all beings shall have someone to share love with. There isn't anyone, anywhere that can survive without it. Babies die. Rhesus monkeys die. Critters die. We're hardwired to have this experience. Currently, there is an Add the Words campaign that has been getting a lot of attention in Boise on the Capitol steps, when people are saying, you know, we need to add 4 little words to the Idaho Human Rights Constitution that says people have a right to find love with whomever they choose. Oh, another one of my favorites. That's where you guys go, oh, oh, oh. To know one's true purpose is to make the expression and the demonstration of the gifts that you love about yourself. Think about it. What do you like about yourself? Those are the things where your purpose rests, where your values are situated, and where the purpose of your beingness is to make that contribution. I like this quote by Nietzsche. He says, you know, one who has a why to live can bear almost anyhow. Patanjali was another great voice within the self-actualization about the discover the self and become the greater person you thought. I think this is very precious in terms of well and happy. Very great little quote, you know, and how many of you from yourselves thought, somebody says, well, what are you going to be when you grow up? Well, she says, well and happy. And, you know, that's really the meaning of life. Another favorite picture? Very precious. This is a very profound statement, which I think sums it up. I think that this quote by Dr. King, where he says, one day the absurdity of the almost universal human belief in the slavery of other animals will be palpable. It'll become unconscionable that there was a day that we treated other creatures like this. We will have discovered our souls and become worthier of sharing this planet with them. And then the final line of the metta is that I will do what I can, where I can, in whatever ways I can, to be a voice for a movement that says basic rights are human rights. I think that this is also a very prolific story about the story of 4 people named everybody, somebody, anybody, and nobody. Have you guys seen this? There was an important job to be done, and everybody was asked to do it. Everybody was sure somebody would do it. Anybody could have done it, but nobody did it. Somebody got angry about that because it was everybody's job. Everybody thought anybody could do it, but nobody realized that everybody wouldn't do it. And it ended that everybody blamed somebody when nobody did what anybody could have done. If you go to worlddayofmeta.com, I have had the good fortune of capturing these various translations of the metta. There are people all around the world, millions and millions of people are behind this collective consciousness movement in speaking, sharing, teaching, and celebrating the metta. Anybody read Farsi? There we go. Polish? This is Mexican Spanish versus Portuguese. Thank you. Russian, anybody? Oh, Japanese! The metta in Japanese. One of my favorite role models and mentors is the late, great Dr. Zen, and he says, you know, small acts, when multiplied by millions of people, really can make a difference. When we are thinking that that which gets repeated often enough is what gets believed, yes? I mean, that's what media does. They say it over and over and over and over, and without even thinking about where it's coming from, what it means, who said it, the implications, who's left out, we just buy it. If it gets repeated often enough, it gets believed, and all of these voices are behind the movement. There he is, His Holiness. He says, you know, we need to cultivate a universal responsibility for one another. It's not about me and mine. It's really about a we consciousness as a path to peace. One of the most prevailing, prolific, and enduring voices on a we consciousness, a global consciousness, are the 13 indigenous grandmothers. Anybody familiar with these women? These 13 grandmothers, 13 different countries and locales around the world comprise a movement in and of themselves, where they're doing seed saving, education, the conservation and preservation of traditions within their respective backgrounds, and they are a force to be reckoned with. Another one of my favorite role models is Marian Wright Edelman, and she says, it's up to us. The great thinkers, great beings, leaders, heroes, voices behind movements that precede the meta as a movement, they're gone. It's up to us. Another one of my favorite role models is Wangari Maathai, and she says, you know, there comes a time within our humanity to shift to a new level of consciousness. We can be better, smarter, more adept at the expressions of human beingness, kindness, compassion, and generosity. Cesar Chavez says, you know, our actions ought to include the interests and the protections of other people. There we have the meta. You can go to worlddayofmeta.com and get more information on who, what, where, when, why, and how to either create events or join and be a part of other events. You can also link to the Facebook page. And remember that this is a movement, this is a statement. It is a seed within the consciousness of the planet that is calling for people to awaken to the reality that basic rights are human rights. Thank you. One in here. Can I take your chair? Yes, you may. We'll switch you.
Now for something completely different. What I'm going to talk about today is next directions in understanding prevalence and impacts of human rights, humanitarian crises and human rights abuses around the globe. The reason I picked this topic is that many major decisions about relief, humanitarian action, political decisions are made on metrics that are oftentimes sort of seem to be created out of thin air or are created in service to a particular political agenda. And these political agendas oftentimes drive these metrics and then drive decisions that may not necessarily be at the core most beneficial for those who are experiencing a humanitarian crisis, oftentimes followed by or in Congress with mass human rights abuses. So what we've developed, and myself and many others over the years, is how do we assess how many people are getting killed, how many people are getting raped, how many people are being physically assaulted, how many people are experiencing other sorts of human rights abuses, in particular conflicts or particular natural disasters and these sorts of things. In addition to doing this, what we're trying to do also as well is provide a modicum of transparency on how these numbers are constructed, and hopefully with the hope that we'll have some sort of quote-unquote objective figures about what is the prevalence, what is the impacts of these human rights abuses, of these humanitarian crises over time. So with that sort of preface, I'm going to just dive right in. One of my specialties is in survey methodology. Traditionally what we've done in places in which we don't have what we call good sample frames, that is we don't have telephone numbers or addresses like we would do a typical survey here in America. You know, oftentimes in many of the underdeveloped countries or developing world, what you'll find is that, you know, people have cell phone numbers that they lose, you know, 3 weeks later and they get another one, or there's no addresses. My address in Lebanon was this one apartment that was across from this hotel that was down from the block from the street, and that's how I got my mail. Well, it makes it really difficult to do a survey, a mail survey, when you're telling you're trying to send a letter to somebody whose house is across from the hotel, which is 2 blocks down from the minutia stand, whatever. Like, it's not a good way to do a survey. So, going back to the 70s, what happened was they created a, this is for figuring out how many people got immunized in Africa, the EPI method. And essentially what you do is you take a geographic area, grid it out into 30 clusters. You sample 30 clusters from this grid. You select 7 units from those squares, of those 30 randomly selected things, and then you would get a basically plus or minus 10% rate of immunization in any given spot. All right, and so this went on for years. Later, what happened was that people began to realize that this level of precision is really not there, especially when we're talking about things like mass human rights abuses or mortality during an earthquake or what have you. You know, where these numbers really matter in terms of the billions of dollars we need for response. So later there was Turner and his colleagues said, well, why don't we segment these clusters and do some other things? And we developed a spin the pen method, where you would decide who to pick by literally spinning something and going in that direction and picking every nth household until you got your N or until you got to the edge of the cluster. And then if you got to the edge, you went back to the center, spun it again, and then went again. And it was easy for people to do. But the math, I'm not going to go into the math, but the math wasn't nearly as efficient as many epidemiologists would have preferred. So GPS, it comes onto civilian use. And Les Roberts and his team famously used it, well, initially used it in the Congo in late 1990s to assess mortality in that conflict. But most famously in 2004, conducted in his team a mortality estimate of in Iraq right after the invasion, U.S. invasion of Iraq, and said, you know, there was 100 and something thousand people that were killed in this conflict. It went against what the U.S. government was saying. It was going against what other humanitarian actors like the UN were saying. It was overinflated, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But what Roberts did was he went to various villages, we call population proportionate size sampling. Basically, you sample a bunch of villages out of all the villages that are available within Iraq based on how large they are. So Baghdad would almost assuredly be included, something like that, or Kirkuk, and then some of the smaller villages would then get sampled in based on relative to their population size. And then he would go and then put a bunch of GPS locations within the boundaries of that village and go to one randomly selected, or a couple randomly selected one, and then interview everybody within a certain radius of that. Well, and then that's what happened. Well, what happened for me was that in 2005, we did this project where there was a coup in Haiti in 2004 that deposed Jean-Bertrand Aristide, and as a result, there was a lot of political instability. Some people on the right of the political spectrum was saying it was pro-Lavalas, pro-Aristide forces that were committing all the human rights abuses. People on the left were saying it was right-wing death squads and people aligned with the former regime. And so we were going to determine who's doing what to whom. And so we didn't look just at mortality, we looked at sexual assaults and all the different types of sexual assaults, physical assaults, death threats, threats of physical violence, forced relocation, arbitrary detentions, etc. So all the positive human rights abuses, essentially created a methodology to do that. But we changed it up a little bit, in which we said, you know, why have these clusters like Roberts did? It introduces too much statistical noise. We'll just randomly put a bunch of points all over the metropolitan Port-au-Prince area and just go to that point, and if there's a house there, we're going to interview it. And we did that. And what we came up with, and I'll talk about this longer in a second, was that there was 8,000 murders and 35,000 rapes, half of which were girls, in the 2-year period after the coup. And it made a lot of news, and et cetera. Later, other folks adopted some different ways to do it, but essentially that element remains for a lot of estimates of human rights violations in crisis zones. Later, what happened is we found that in higher density areas within urban settings, they generally have a tendency to be more poor. As a result, they're more likely to be victimized by perpetrators of human rights violations. So if you just pick random dots, what's going to happen is you're going to miss a lot of people that live in the denser areas, and you're going to get people that live in more rural areas. You're going to oversample those who are in rural areas, therefore you're oversampling rich people, which means you're getting an underestimate of the number of people who are getting killed, raped, etc. So what we did is we looked, after there was a war between Israel and Hezbollah in 2006 that you may recall, lasted for about a month. The estimates were that there was roughly about 1,200 people that were killed by Lebanese Red Crescent workers. What happened was we wanted to sort of see if our methodology worked, since we kind of trusted their figures. We did end up getting those figures. When we adjusted, we used the same process this time, population proportionate size. We picked a bunch of villages in South Lebanon based on their size. We didn't put all the GPS dots in, but this time we did it a little differently. We counted in a 20-meter radius all of the buildings within that radius, and then randomly selected a building. We had geocoded maps, so we did it all beforehand. In Haiti, we actually walked around. You know, mind you, there's people shooting at each other. We're walking around with GPS locators, going, okay, this is the house. So that's kind of dangerous and foolish when we can just get a map that's geocoded, do it all beforehand, and then send out your interviewers with the map, with the things. So we can count the number of roofs, and then we told them, go to this. We randomly selected a roof from those maps and said, go to that roof, count the number of households under that roof, and then randomly select a household from there. And what that gives you is the total probability of being selected within the entire region, because you imagine, you know, you got a circle, right? So you know what the area of the circle is. You know how many circles you created because of your GPS locations. So sum those up, that's one probability. The next probability is how many buildings are there within that circle. The next probability is how many households are in that one building you selected, and then how many adults are in the household that you just selected. Knowing all those probabilities, you can now estimate the entire population of this area, which is kind of cool because, for instance, in Lebanon, because of politics, long story, but basically they haven't done a census since the 1930s. So they have no idea how many people live in these villages. I mean, they do have an idea, but they don't report it and whatnot. And people vote from when they were born, not from where they live. So Beirutis, Beirut, million-plus people, they have to go all to their villages to go vote, and they're counted as being a villager when in fact they live in, Hamra, in a high-rise somewhere, but they're considered a villager. Any event, so we were able to estimate the size of these places, and then not only that, we were much more able to accurately predict, estimate how many people were killed, injured, etc. And we almost ended up with the same exact number that the Red Cross societies got to in that conflict. This is what that looks like. I've degraded it a little bit. This is a Palestinian refugee camp in South Lebanon called Ain al-Helwa. We do a lot of research there because it's the most violent of Palestinian refugee camps. Well, now Yarmouk is, but in Syria. But back then, when we did this was probably the most violent. There's interfactional fighting within the camp. It's only a square kilometer. There's 50,000 people roughly that live there almost. Very dense. So you can see here, put some dots, put some numbers to dots, go there, interview people. So why all the fuss? Why do we care? This sounds like a lot of hassle just to figure out how many people are dead or how many people were violated in some form or fashion. Well, like I said at the very beginning, people make decisions based on these numbers. If I say there was 50,000 people killed, well, that's a lot of people, right? If I say there's 500,000 people are killed, then the response is going to be proportionate to the number of people that are getting killed. And what happened in Haiti, in particular, was we did a study for the UNDP, the United Nations Development Program. I was part of the post-disaster assessment team. initially, right after the quake, Haitian government comes out and says, all right, there's almost 250,000 people killed. So we immediately asked, you know, we're experts at this, so we kind of went to the government and said, hey, how'd you get that figure? Yeah, they wouldn't tell us. But out of thin air, you know, it was best guess, like what was the methodology? Later, a year later, actually, at the first year anniversary, they up it up to 316,000. No explanation. Athena Colby, myself, and a bunch of other people published a paper in 2010 based on our survey. We interviewed, what we had done was we had just done a survey looking at human rights abuses 6 weeks before the quake, seeing if the new Preval regime was any better than the interim government regime that we had done back in 2005 with regards to human rights and mortality and a bunch of other stuff. Right after the quake, we went right back to them and re-interviewed them and asked them, you know, how many people died in your household, et cetera. And again, they were sampled using GPS and the whole thing, and the maps and whatnot. We come up to, within the first 6 weeks of the quake, we estimated that about 158,000 people were killed, right, in the first 6 weeks. About 120,000 died immediately during the quake, and then based on some other epidemiological mumbo jumbo, I won't go into it, but in the 6 weeks after, a lot of people died from their injuries, a lot of people died from starvation and poor water, et cetera, dysentery, et cetera. So finally, 6 weeks after the quake, 158,000 dead. Children 5 times more likely to die than their adults and their parents. Well, this other group comes out, LTL Strategies, is an anthropologist. He gets contracted by the USAID to look at property damage as a result of the quake. He comes up with a figure, his name's Timothy Schwartz, 46,000. Now this is now almost 2 years after the quake. The donor community, international term I hate, the donor community comes out and says, you know, is getting donor fatigue. There's all this money that's committed to helping Haitians, but hasn't been spent or delivered yet. And now this person comes out and says there's only 46,000 dead. It's an over-response. Basically what the cue is it's an over-response. You don't need to send the money. We got pretty ballistic about that, wrote an op-ed in the LA Times saying, no, their figures are wrong, this is why they're wrong, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It was a big to-do in the people like me who count dead people community about his methodology. And then later, Ducey and her colleagues come up with an estimate not too far off from LTL. But the difference between these third and fourth methods is that they did a cross-sectional study after the fact, 2 years after the quake in the case of Ducey. So those people who are dead, they're not going to come back from the dead and tell you they're dead, right? So, but if you have somebody that's just been affected and they haven't relocated yet because they just got over an earthquake and now they're living in a tent on their yard, you can say, hey, how many people died in your household? So we had a much better, stronger capture as a result of people not being displaced 2 years after the fact. And that's what we argued in these papers as well, is like, look, you guys are cross-sectional, you know, 1 point in time, we've got 2 points in time, before and after, which doesn't get much better in social science. And, you know, and we've found 91% of the people that were in the pre before the post. You rarely get these natural experiments like this in humanitarian disaster research. The other thing I want to mention about human rights and the importance of really getting these numbers correct is that, you know, if you look at these figures here, here's Haiti after a coup, and this is 2 years, 35,000 sexual assaults, 8,000 deaths. That's pretty gruesome. The Haiti 2010 after the earthquake, 10,800 sexual assaults in 6 weeks, and 4,600 physical assaults. So when we report this out, what happens is MUNISTA, which is the UN peacekeeping force in Haiti, and others, US Army Rangers, et cetera, who were stationed there, begin to realize that we have to do something about the human security situation, not just security in terms of food and water and shelter, but that there is a serious crime problem here of opportunity, essentially, because we found that those who lived in tents were, like, I forget, 7 times more likely to have been raped than those whose houses were still intact. So, you know, we upped the patrols and all this other stuff, and hopefully that went down. But that's the sort of power, I think, when you have good figures that are transparent and you're able to demonstrate to policymakers that this is the way forward. Here's the magnitude. You know, 10,800 sexual assaults in 6 weeks. That's insanity. And of course, the coup wasn't much better. The way forward, I think, and I'm arguing this, not arguing, I'm making an argument for funders and grant givers, and particularly in Lebanon, where I spend a lot of my time as a result of the Syrian crisis, is that, you know, we really should be doing longitudinal studies. In my mind, the Syrian civil war is probably going to get worse before it gets better. It's better now that we, you know, study folks, try to do a really serious, I mean, there's already serious needs assessments in Lebanon around this, but, you know, really count how many Syrians are there. What does this mean for Lebanese? What does this mean for Syrians who live in Lebanon? What is that, you know, how are they being treated? How are the Syrians being treated? How the Lebanon, all these things are not really well documented. And if we can document these things, I think we can have a much more cogent response to these types of crises. All right, so what we found is that when we do this, and I'll just conclude on this, is that we've actually done it even better since, you know, just putting dots on the thing. We actually went back to the gridding of places. Because what happens is if you put a dot and put a circle on something, that eventually those circles are going to overlap eventually, especially if you have a lot of dots in a small area. And then you're going to, the math is such as that you're going to end up biasing your data because you're including spaces that shouldn't be included in your probabilities. So if you have a grid, you get rid of this problem. But the way that this is different than, say, the EPI method or the other methods is that we're still counting the buildings, we're still counting the households within the selected building, and we're still talking about the number of adults within the selected household, within the selected building, within the selected grid. So we can still estimate full population sizes, probabilities of selection, and all that stuff to get to some very, very specific numbers with high degrees of tolerance. And that's what we're looking for. In addition, what we're finding is that there's what we call spatial autocorrelation, clustering around space. So some areas of neighborhoods are more likely to be victimized than others. So we may be over or underestimating depending on where our selection lies. And so there's a mathematical way to adjust for this autocorrelation, and now we're looking at that. It's also very good to know where the hotspots are. So in the case of Ain al-Helway, that picture I just showed you, I don't have it here. I think I have it in my slide for tomorrow when we talk about the Palestinian-Israeli issues, is you can actually, in Ain al-Helway, see where this is where the violence is, here's there, and then when we go back to our Palestinian partners, it's like, oh yeah, that's where Jundal Sham is. That is where, you know, all these other groups are that are active in fighting Fatah and these other groups, and that's why there's these high hotspots with regards to experiencing violence. And now you can actually do something about it that's cogent, as an outside actor, that is. All right. Well, thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it. Also would like to, I forgot to thank, in interest of time, I forgot to thank Idaho State for inviting me. I'm very flattered. It's been an outstanding time so far. Thank you.
So at this time, we only have a few extra minutes, but we do have time for a couple of questions. Does anyone have a question that they would like answered by our wonderful delegates? They were thorough?
No need to force it.
Okay.
I have a question for Dr. Katzum. When did they after the fall of apartheid, there was a clashes between the followers of Buthelezi and the ANC. And I think a lot of people thought that there would be like the usual, what I call ethnic community, what a lot of other people call tribal warfare. Yeah. But we have not actually seen that. So does South Africa have any lessons to offer for the rest of
Yeah, I mean, despite the fact that I don't think Zuma's been a particularly good president, it's absolutely worth pointing out a couple of facts tied into ethnicity. Tribe, a term I hate as well because of how sloppily it's used. Zuma's a Zulu. That's probably a real important factor because there was this idea that by and large the ANC is a Xhosa organization, but it's not. I mean, it's the most popular political party in South Africa by a long, long way. And in fact, one wonders if it'll be supplanted anytime particularly soon. Furthermore, Zulus are the largest population group in South Africa. And therefore, Zulu is the most commonly spoken first language in South Africa. And so what that tells us is that the debates that played out between the IFP/Zulus and the ANC, allegedly Xhosa but not really, was kind of made up. It was really fueled by the government. The government was supporting the IFP in all kinds of different ways, with weaponry, with strategic possibilities, with looking the other way, with opening roads to hostels and so forth. You know, a couple of things that are in great. This is where, you know what the rest of the continent could do is have Nelson Mandela be your first president. And I mean, obviously that's flip, but Mandela's push for reconciliation meant that there are not 2 official languages of South Africa or 4 official languages of South Africa. There are 11 official languages of South Africa. And yeah, it leads to a whole host of issues in some way, depending on where you are in the country, with you know, English being a lingua franca of government in a lot of ways, just like English was the lingua franca of the anti-apartheid struggle because of those multiple language groups. But what it does is gives everybody a seat at the table. Mangosuthu Buthelezi is he loves him some Mangosuthu Buthelezi, but he did finally sign on to be the election. In fact, they had these millions of ballots before the 1994 election. They had to take them all back and put little stickers with his face and his party on it because he had decided to be part of the election, and he was briefly a deputy president for a while. You know, the biggest lesson is that it can happen. The other thing, and I'll talk about this more tomorrow, is that usually when we're talking about tribe, we're actually talking about politics that break down along ethnic lines, which are really no different from, I mean, the example I'm going to use tomorrow, but I need to cut it down anyway, so I'll use it now, is, you know, Northern Ireland were political struggles that manifested themselves along doctrinal lines. People weren't bombing one another in Belfast over debates over transubstantiation versus consubstantiation, right? I mean, they weren't, you know, that's not what it was about. They manifest along tribal lines in African politics oftentimes. But, and certainly there are spoils to ethnicity and to tribe. But, you know, the Truth and Reconciliation process really did prove useful in that. As ambivalent as I am about some of the bastards who got amnesty, the reality is that it did prove to be a process that the country went through in order to come out the other side. And again, I mean, it was always played out hugely by the media because of if it bleeds, it leads, and then the misnomer of black-on-black violence was hugely contributory to it. But it's useful if you can have Nelson Mandela be your first president of a truly democratic country.
Okay. Professor Hudson, your presentation is really fascinating. I'm just wondering, have governments or international organizations adopted the methodology or the methods that you described to actually implement some kind of meaningful policies that can address the problems that?
Yeah, I mean, in the case of Einal Helway, I mean, it was a very expensive project funded by the UK government. I mean, I debriefed Whitehall several times on that actually, part of that was about trying to figure out why there was transnational jihadism in some of the Palestinian refugee camps opposed to nationalist endeavors that were traditional to some of the camps. And you know, so, you know, like I said, I went to Whitehall several times to debrief counterterrorism officials there, et cetera, on these issues, because in that particular case, I was saying that the political instability, plus in Lebanon, and I'll talk more about this tomorrow, but I can talk about it now too if you like, is that there's at the time there was very little civil rights for Palestinians residing in Lebanon. They couldn't hold most professions, you know, they couldn't own property, couldn't bequeath property if they owned it, you know. Like, it was a whole host of things that made them really socially excluded. Not counting the fact that places like Hellway are surrounded by barbed wire, the Lebanese armed forces consistently abuse Palestinians, all kinds of racism, etc. So what I'm telling the British government and my team is like, look, Lebanese have got to do something because there's this other narrative, you know, that's in the camps. You know, Rougier called it the zone of unlaw, and he was referring to Ain al-Helwa in particular, because what happened was these Salafist elements were coming into the camp because the Lebanese armed forces by treaty or a tradition couldn't go into the camps. And now they've got this other narrative that, you know, that there's persecution of the Ummah and that we should do something about it. And, you know, when a bunch of young folks don't have anything better to do because they can't get a job in Lebanon, some of them are going to start adopting these radicalized ideologies. And until we convince the Lebanese government to do something about it, it's going to continue. And not only that, you know, these guys they're not just, you know, shooting at each other. They're bombing army posts. They're bombing UN peacekeepers. They're just creating mayhem. They're creating mayhem for Hezbollah. I mean, Hezbollah's on board with changing this. You know, when you've got Hezbollah and the Christians and everybody else all on the same page, you know, and American and, you know, British governments and everyone, all the other actors, French, etc., then, you know, I think you really understand that you've got a problem here. What happened was, I mean, I can't take entire credit for that, but the Lebanese parliament did make some changes around civil rights. We did, unfortunately, the collapse happened right in the middle of this study because we had an additional $3 million almost to do a bunch of basically civil rights work in just Ain al-Helwa and Nalabar too. Nalabar was a camp that got destroyed in 2007 by the LAF when Fatah al-Islam started fighting Lebanese forces out of that camp. So we also looked at Nalabar residents. And what we were going to do is spend all this money in trying to, co-opt or, you know, just try to provide opportunities for Palestinian youth in these camps that are outside of the Lebanese social or civil structure. Unfortunately, that didn't come to fruition. We only spent $500,000 on that. I mean, some good things came out of that. We still follow them. I don't follow it much closely, but one of my colleagues still does surveys in Ain al-Helwa consistently, looking at whether some of these projects are decreasing amount of violence and experiencing of violence in these camps, or in this camp in particular, as a result of our activities. So yeah, I think, and with the case of Haiti, we personally debriefed the president after the coup when Rene Preval came in. So yeah, I mean, it has some impacts. Some people are starting to adopt it. It's slow. I mean, it's kind of slow. You know, anytime you have a new technology, there's a slow adaptation curve. There's a learning curve. We've consulted with folks on various projects in the past, and you know, we just wrote a paper that was in emerging themes in epidemiology on approach in South Lebanon, and we're doing another paper now coming up on the random crib sampling and the simulations there and seeing how they compare to other approaches. We're confident that our approach is right now the best. You're welcome.
I did have a question. I mean, Lebanon is a can of worms in a sense. I mean, there's the 6-5 ratio that was left by the French colonizers.
Sure.
It suggests that for every 6 spots in the parliament that are held by Christian representatives, 5 would be for Muslim and pretty much everyone else.
Right.
So that really led to the Lebanese Civil War in the 1970s, leading up to basically the tie.
Though I have to say, Lebanese Christians would disagree with you on that. They would blame the Palestinians. But okay, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. They can say whatever they want, but then there's a historical narrative
Sure.
that suggests that the Palestinians happened to come to a point where there is a problem. You know, they were kind of like the ones who ignited the spark in a sense. Sure, they can say whatever they want, but there is a historical narrative.
Right.
Aside from that, I have no horse in the race per se. But you know, the different factions that are emerging really reflect various forces that are taking place on the ground. Saudis are involved.
Absolutely.
Iranians are involved. Syrians are involved. The PLO is still involved. Fatah is still involved as a sub kind of category of Fatah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Of PLO, yeah.
there are Palestinian refugees who have been disenfranchised for a reason. That, you know, if those people are given citizenship, then the question of refugees will
Right, then you have Tautine, and then it's a big, huge issue.
So I think your methodology is fantastic, but I would love personally to like dig deeper with you at some point. You of course leave it.
Sure, I'd be happy to talk about that. That's
Yeah,
absolutely.
it's fantastic. I mean, given the fact that we're working with Lebanon, I think it's a very serious challenge. I've always been personally shied away from Lebanon for that particular reason.
I'm very fearful for Lebanon. I think the next flashpoint in the world, if I'm talking a serious flashpoint, I mean, already serious, a disaster. But where it really is going to hit the road is Lebanon. I mean, I think that's really going to be something where there's a lot of actors that are invested in Lebanon. It's a country of 4 million people. It boxes way out of its weight class. I mean, and for a variety of reasons I'm sure you're familiar with. And it was sad because I was talking to my colleagues in Beirut last early summer, back in June. And I was trying to get a study looking at the Syrians coming in. I was like, well, one of my colleagues said, well, why do you want to do it now? I was like, because I know it's going to get worse later. You know, and we might as well just get ahead of this and try to figure out, you know, what's predictive of healthy coping as we go through this awful crisis, because I don't see a way forward for Lebanon. There's already a million Syrians in a country of 4 million people. I mean, if you go to Beirut now, there's begging children, Syrian children everywhere. That was never the case in Beirut. There was maybe one beggar in like the entire city. Now there's thousands of them. And all of the abandoned buildings are now filled up. The Palestinians from Syria and Yarmouk and the other camps are now just flowing into the Palestinian refugee camps there that are already horribly overcrowded. Conditions are bad. And, you know, given the sectarian nature of Lebanon, where you have Hezbollah and Amal, you know, our major Shia groups, you have the Druze that are kind of like a weather vane, you got all the various Christian factions, you got Sunni, you got the kind of the merchant class versus sort of the more rural Sunni, and all of these folks have skin in the game, and none of them are really lining up. You know, I would not be surprised to see more Sunni militia form as a result of this. You know, we already have AQ activity in Lebanon, which wasn't the case, you know, all through the Civil War. You know, and now all of a sudden there's these transnational jihadists making trouble for Hezbollah in South Beirut and in the Bekaa Valley, and you know, it only takes one mistake. There's already a lot of mistakes, but one major one, to all of a sudden everything just blows up, and Lebanon delves back into a civil war. And as we recall about the civil war in Lebanon, it lasted 15 years. A bunch of our Marines were killed, and you know, it was a complete disaster. You know, 150,000 Lebanese dead in 10 years. I mean, the country's small, and you know, they still just started building out of that. You know, and a lot of them wanted to look back from it. Now all of a sudden, everybody's staring back into the abyss. I mean, it's tragic. I mean, I feel terrible for my Lebanese friends.
Well, thank you. That's all the time we have for now. I'm sorry. We also tonight at 6 o'clock, we will have the keynote speech in Goranson Hall in the Fine Arts Building. And we would love for you to join us. We'll have Dr. Sarah Roy giving the keynote address. And there are cookies and muffins in the back. Please help yourself. And if we can give our delegates another round of applause, that'd be great.
First one.